All right. So everything should be good now. We'll wait and see and hear from people.
Right on.
It says 24 people connected right now. So hi, hello people. We'll see if we hear anything. My buddy goes, I guess I'll watch this. You could, if you open up your phone and mute it, you can watch the live chat on this if you want to try to keep up with that too, just for fun.
Oh, yeah, that's not a bad idea. I don't think I've ever done a live.
Oh no, it's
Um,
the same. Like you just watch it like a regular video, but you can open the chat.
oh
Like,
no, I'm saying I don't think I've done a live interview.
oh, cool.
Yeah, this is my first time being live on the internet.
Wow. Well, it's
Yeah.
oh, everybody says good already. Can hear and see. Good. Okay. Maybe I don't know. Maybe we should wait a little for more people, or just say screw it.
Yeah, that's your call. I
Or
don't
we'll just move right into it. I don't want to wait for
It's your
people.
call. I
Oh yeah, I
don't
heard
know.
myself there. Uh, my question is, what's your number? This is a cute angle for my video. I just figured I'd say that out loud for everybody. Uh, this is a good one. This is I'd be curious what builds you did before you had Real Street.
Notable builds or what did I do for a living?
I think he means what did you do for a living? Because why would you ask what builds you did before a performance shop? We'll just go
Oh,
with what did you do prior to Real
so
Street.
when I was a kid, there was a local guy named Jake LaMotta that had a Mustang shop. And I met him when I was probably 16 or 17 and worked with him until I was 27 and then left working with him to start Real Street.
Huh.
So it was mainly Mustangs. We didn't, it was dark times for the aftermarket. There were FMUs and, you know, three guys that tuned fuel injection in the country. Like it wasn't like it is now. So it was mostly like a bolt-on affair. You had a couple outlier customers that had like neat turbo kits and stuff like that, but for the most part, it was just supercharged Mustangs were kind of the norm.
What year was that?
That would have been, you know, the late '90s up until 2005 or
Well,
six.
that makes sense. When I was graduating high school, my friend and I worked on a 5 liter pushrod Mustang, and we had Vortec on it, and it had an FMU, and
Yeah.
that's when I started. So one of the guests we were joking with that, and I'm like, oh, an FMU, and and then we were talking about turning the math or getting a Pro 501 with the different sample tubes.
Yep.
So that's drivability, and the wide open is an FMU, and you call it a day.
Oh man, and once you learn what you were doing wrong, and you look back on all those poor head gaskets, you're like, that was never going to work. Those cars were so out of fuel. They were out of fuel by 440 wheel, but 42-pound injector was like that was it. That was the top of it. You
You
know.
couldn't get a math for anything bigger than a 40.
Well, the scaling just didn't work out. And then once you got inside a stock ECU, it had like I mean, the code in a basic handheld Pac-Man game had to be more complicated than what they were running those engines with. It was super basic as far as the wide open throttle and timing and load scaling. We're just not there yet.
I never got to mess with one of those old ones. We went straight to a Megasquirt product on his one. That stuff sucked, and we still broke it all. We'd be driving it and doing that, and then we're like, oh, it's overheating. I guess we nicked the head again. That's it.
Yeah,
And then when it ran good enough to make power, we'd split the blocks.
yeah, that was always really disappointing because you could see the cycles. A guy would come in, he would he would he would get a gear set, an off-road pipe, a clutch, and then he would get a set of heads and a cam and an intake, and then he would get a blower, and then he had his night of glory in the tens at the track, and the next morning he had no oil pressure, and it was just like, when you look back on that compared to the import engines, it's pretty disappointing how weak those castings were. Both Ford and Chevy, the engines were pretty bad, and it took a lot of money to make them pretty right. Whereas the Japanese stuff, you can just kind of like talk nice to it, and they'll give you 400 or 500 horsepower in return. It's a different world. Yeah.
Oh man. What is? Oh, this is good. We'll do this one. Oh, well, actually, what I like to do in the start, I forgot already, is I like to say, have you ever heard of sloppy mechanics? I mean, you're here now, so you have some inkling, right? So have you ever heard of it?
I have, and I have seen a lot of the meme posts and whatnot. But one of the guys here at Real Street that's been with us for quite a while, Hans, he's always spoke very highly of your work, and it's a lot of fun. And he gives me the background on like what what your approach is to things. And then I did look up some stuff today, but to be honest with you, in order to not get to the point where I was taking things personal on the internet, we like getting caught up in what happens when people start to give you too much attention. I just don't really spend a lot of time on the internet. Like I have to like be on Facebook in some context for work, but I don't have it on my phone or anything. And I up until having my daughter, I didn't really have or didn't make the time to do anything but work.
Yeah.
So there wasn't a lot of time to mess around. And when it was just like, how can I learn more? Because when you're trying to figure this stuff out and you're self-employed and you have these problems come up in a week's worth of work, and you want to learn how to make the engines better and learn how to make more power and spend less money on parts that you broke because you didn't know what you were doing. I mean, a lot of my off time when I had it was spent trying to learn how to do it better.
Yeah, trying to give people service that you have already perfected so they don't have issues, which is why they're paying you and asking you.
Yeah, the learning with someone else's money is a bumpy road. I got a standalone computer in like 2004 and started messing with fuel injection then, and post FMU, and it takes a bit of time for sure.
So what standalone was that back then? What did you start with?
It was an AEM.
Oh boy.
So it was an AM Series 1 on a 1994 Toyota Supra that was more or less stock with a downpipe. And it was a lot of you kind of drive it home, and you get home and you sit in the driveway and you look at the computer for a little while, and you wake up in the morning, you're like, that's how you fix that. And you just start pecking at it. It's a lot of fun. Learning fuel injection, I think, is a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun for me.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun learning it too. What was the other? I had like a quick thing there I was gonna ask, but it was fleeting. So more of the sloppy questions. Well, you said you don't know a lot about it, so your employee gives you like summaries every now and then, like this guy's
like the 8s for $8,000.
Yeah,
like that's pretty hard to argue that's not brilliant, because there's a lot of guys that have like builds in a closet, and they're like trying to perfect this thing that they don't readily have the money available to finish it, but they're building a dream. Yeah. And then there's guys that are going to say, Saturday we're going to the junkyard, my buddy's got a welder, we're going to use high octane fuel because we don't know how to tune it, and we're going to go have some fun. And those guys, I think, they're having a lot of fun for not a lot of money. That whole crew, there's these guys up in the Carolinas that have these stock LS classes where they'll put rod bolts and file the rings in a stock LS and run them with boost. And it's like, that's a lot of fun, especially when you go back to the push rod small block Ford, where you have to spend like 10 or 15 grand to have a decent engine versus, being able to have an LS engine and,
just
get 1,000 horsepower out of it.
After smashing so many 5 liters, I was so tired of that that it was very refreshing to have. We used to get the motors on a special. They were $86 with tax for a long block with the intake and all the accessories and wiring. And yeah, like you just laugh about smashing that. And it was when I was
Right.
younger and I had nothing but time and to be a jerk, and do that. And then that's what I try to. A lot of people come in to sloppy mechanics because I'll make like 15 memes on a Friday night and post them, and that's how they get in. They think it's like a meme page, or they think it's like how awful a welds can I show, and really like I say like it's too well uh, known right now. I can't make it like economical fun with vehicles mechanics or so. It's not
Right.
ever going to happen. But that was the basis, is that we started doing stuff as a joke, and then we learned too much, and then we share it, and then like I said to you, if someone can't explain it well enough, then they don't really know it, and they're kind of lying that stuff.
Right.
Because that's what I've learned is I'll talk those people into a corner or make them dig their own hole and push them in it, stuff like that. And a little bit of it makes me a jerk, but that's the angle I like to take on it, because being a nice guy and doing all that stuff isn't whatever. But that's why I started a couple of those builds, like the Don't BS Me one, and I asked people for goals, because goals is like a currency for your build. And probably like there's a threshold for economics. Like at some point it's insane. And all the other parts for this, a lot of it you don't need, and then here you need all of it, and that's just the expense. And
Right.
I would say to people, goals, and they're like 10, 8, 9 second car. And I'm like, what about burnouts and ice cream? Like, what about building a car with your kid, doing burnouts and getting ice
Right.
cream, and making a reliable 500 wheel through an auto in a street car is actually pretty dumb. Like, it's actually a ton of power. And I put all that info out, and people are like, wow, I can do this, and I am happy, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. The you got a 1500 series truck with an LS on it, and you're going to turbocharge it. Like, there are people that will look at that and say that's dumb, and there are people that maybe they didn't have pickup trucks when they were kids and realize how fun it is to roust around in a pickup truck, and now you're going to turbo it. I mean, those are some pretty stout burnouts on demand at any point. Like, that's a lot of fun to be had.
Yeah, I've done a couple 2500s where I would do like rollers from 60 over 100, just annihilating and people are like, I want to do that. Absolutely want to
Yeah.
do that. And then
Yeah.
I had a Colorado that I left at like 850 wheel for a while. It made 1076, complete junkyard motor, and I
I
broke
saw
it.
that truck. That thing looks tasty.
Yeah.
I got a little special spot for those.
And it was incredible. I would build one tomorrow. It was fantastic. And yeah, I would do like 1100 footers up a hill around a corner. And my friends would like take a picture of it. They're like, who the hell would do this? I'm like, oh, some jerk. I have no clue.
Oh man. Yeah. No, that's solid good fun.
So that's what
Solid good
I
fun.
tried to push to people. Like, you don't have to have an 8 second car and be miserable, like you were saying with the guys yanking motors and actually having fun. Because the guys with trailers trying to impress each other, they're not having fun. It's a job.
Yeah, that's I think a lot of that's under celebrated. There was a race in Orlando a couple years ago. It was an import event, and there were so many Honda Civics that came in on dollies, and and that was it. I was like, these guys are going to have some fun this weekend. It's not a bunch of stacker trailers and $500,000 cars with show car paint jobs. Like, there were just guys out there, families with barbecue grills, kids running around, like just hunting for an ounce of glory in this low buck event. Like, that's I think a lot of stuff that's under celebrated because it doesn't have that that Instagram clout,
Well,
the $1 million car thing.
the dominant male posturing thing we talked about.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
like
That's they don't teach you about that when you're a kid.
like when some guy goes 399, he's so mad he smashes parts in his trailer, and and
Right.
you're like, all right, dude, yeah, 399 in the eighth is awful, and you survived. Terrible weekend, terrible. That's
Well, it's
why I
hard.
like.
Like,
Oh no, go ahead. I will
when you
talk
look
too
at
much.
when you look at how it works, like if you've gone a 10-second quarter mile or an 11-second quarter mile or an 8-second quarter mile or a 6-second quarter mile, like if if you and I have done this accomplishment, at different tracks at different times of our lives, we don't get together and say like, dude, how did that feel? You know, like the first time you pull the front end off of the ground on a car, or the first time you look at a time slip and it's, you know, a 9-second time slip or a 10-second time slip. Like, we don't meet and celebrate that moment. We meet and be like, I mean, well, I went faster than you, and you know, and I'm still going fast. Like that's just the male thing. That part may stick around for a long time, but we should spend more time celebrating the whole car thing in general because it's super fun.
No, yeah, I agree with that. And one thing that drives me nuts, which is kind of a line between these two, you can let me know if I'm way off base. People do the low boost, lifted at the 800 foot. They're understating what they're
Yeah.
doing. So then
Yeah.
people are always doing that. Like I hate that. Like literally again, a guy goes 390 and he's like, "Oh, this is my buddy Cameron," and I say, "Way more left in it. We have so much more left."
Right.
I'm like, "Well, then go
Right.
3.0. Why are you screwing around? Go 3.0
Yeah.
and show us."
Right.
Well, you know, I get
Right.
wound up about that, but I'm so tired of hear like your car is super fast, and what do you have, a tenth in it before you smash it to bits, and you know it?
Right.
Stop. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's just men stuff. Like you know, Gio has taught me a lot because Gio's kind of a, you know, he's just a kind of a loud personality, wants to go fast kind of stuff, and we joke a lot about you know, he still is convinced that I have these like super soft tune-ups in my hand and I'm just like holding out on this, and I'm like, bro, it you know, it goes 6s in the quarter mile. Like, what do you want from me? You know, he's like, yeah, but we used to have 250 horsepower with the nitrous on it. Now you're not using any nitrous. And I'm like, yeah, but it's still going 6s. Like, can we just enjoy the thing? And he's, you know, he wants to go faster, 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 you know? So the one thing that's really awesome about Real Street is there's so many different characters here that it really creates an incredible balance, you know?
Yeah, I always laugh when I go back and I think about you made a comment on Instagram or something, and you're like, sometimes you have to release your inner Geo.
Yeah. 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 And you know, it works for me because part of having like the responsibility of adulthood, you know, you get married, you have kids, you got, you know, this whole mess of what happens if you make a mistake on the road and you end up in a lawsuit, you know, or you make a mistake, you just make a mistake and you get hung on the internet for making a mistake. You know what I mean? So, most of the stuff that I do for enjoyment with cars, I'm just real quiet about it unless it's at a sanctioning event. You know, I had, you know, I've kind of had like a closet motorcycle habit for quite some time, and I can go do dumb stuff on the motorcycle and no one knows, you know, but that's the inner Geo type thing, you know, and it's a good time. You know, I used to live on near this really nice piece of concrete where I could go make rips in my car, and it was fun. And then we moved to like this construction ridden zone to where you could drive the car, but there's nowhere to make rips. You know, like it's not in the traffic path. So I think that's calmed me down too. Like when I went to you know, I had to race I had to make a pass in the white car a while back because Gio was something happened. He couldn't run the car. So I ran the car, and you know, that was pretty intense when you don't race anything for a while and you get into a 6-second car, you know? And then the Bonneville stuff is a real interesting test of what you got. But the difference between the Bonneville guys and what's going on with most people is the Bonneville guys will tell you with joy in their eyes that they went 250 miles an hour with the rods out. And they'll say with the rods out, and they say it like it's this prize they won because it was probably on fire too, you know? But those guys, you know, the people out there, they're done trying to be somebody. They don't care what you think about them or what, you know, what the internet thinks about them. They're just out there having a good time. So that group of people, I think, really breaks the mold compared to what we're used to in the soft tunes and conservative boost and all that stuff people talk about.
Well, that's interesting to hear. I've never been to like a land speed or any type of like half mile event, so it's cool to hear that they are enthusiastic about it no matter what, instead of like drag race
Yeah.
people who are. That's why I don't go to the track. I go to the track like once a year, if that. And it's everyone's miserable, in my opinion. Everyone has like we were talking about, $250,000 tow rig, and then they're mad about a tenth, and then something breaks, and then I don't know.
Well, I think if you get too focused on something, you get lost in it. So those guys, maybe the best thing for them to do is for them to blow their stuff up, not be able to afford to fix it, and go build a 500 horsepower G body to do rolling burnouts in. Because there's a lot of joy to be had in just something that is a lot of fun to beat on and doesn't break.
It's so rewarding.
Yeah.
There were some. We'll move on again. Well, that's a good one. That would be. There's a lot. Oh, my buddy Felix says 2JZ and 6R80E. Is it awesome? Is that a project you did? I don't actually know.
So it's a project that I've kind of dipped my toes into, and one of the obstacles with the JZ is it really is a gutless engine off a boost, and you can try to do things to it with artificially small turbos and getting its spool valves and all this nonsense, but the character of the engine is the character of the engine. And if you put a power glide or a TH400 behind one, it will perform at a racetrack, but it's not much fun to drive on the street. And the 6R80 is it's 6 forward gears, so you can have this really neat set of ratios available to an engine that needs a neat set of ratios. The factory 6-speed Supra, if you don't know, the fifth gear was the 1-to-1 gear. So you had 5 raceable gears instead of 4. Right. So that 6R80 is a really neat piece. A buddy of mine at Motec, his name is Vit, and he's a really high-level wizard. He's got a couple years under his belt now with the 6R80 thing, and I just literally put my toes in the water, and I'm like, it's pretty heavy because you have to. It's an OEM level. Now they've taken the Motec box, which is this thing you run an engine with, and they've converted it to a thing that runs a transmission that also runs an engine. I mean, there's far more tables in that trans control than I was ready for. So it's going to have to be something that I put on a car that I have access to daily, and I just work on it, because it's not a simple control unit of on-off switches like a earlier trans would be,
or 80E or something with pneumatic actuated. Is it like is the Ford one like a Chevy 6L80, 6L90, where it's mechatronic, and if it's unhappy it just throws neutral and flares?
Yeah, it's a pulse width based control, and you have to empty passages and fill passages in time for a shift.
And you have to do big torque management, because it has no like powerful, like it's not like an 80E or a TH400. It just doesn't stuff the gear. It'll ruin it. So you have to pull, and when it's fully applied, you can put the timing back in, and you have to have that event.
Yeah, so to answer the question, yes, it's super badass. There's a ton of potential there. I think it's going to be a really, really great option for a lot of people. And because it will be paired with a product like the Motec, they're going to end up with all those features that thing already has, and good power management with the drive-by-wire that comes right along with it. So, when you start getting these high horsepower turbo cars that are 2-wheel drive, and you really want good functionality out of the traction control, being able to move the throttle is pretty handy, because you can leave the thing some room to grow up. It's not, if you're racing on like a drive shaft curve system where the car can only go as fast as the fastest curve, that's one approach. But when you have a closed loop system that says, I just want to target 6% slip, I'll do all these things over here to make that happen, and the driver is just in there having a good time. You pair that with good ratios like that 6R80, it's a lot of fun for a street car.
My buddy Chris, great troll Holio, he says, imagine a 10R 80E behind a 2JZ.
You know,
or maybe too many gears for high horsepower, I feel like sometimes. But
yeah, you got to stack all those shifts. Like I think 5 forward gears and a good overdrive is a really neat place to be with that engine. Now in the 6R80, the first gear ratio is super deep, but you can launch it in second, which is like it's a 236. So, first gear is your stoplight, daily driven, just knock the car in motion type gear. But if you're racing, you can launch it in second, which I think is really a neat feature with a trans brake,
Because first is too short. Yeah. I think
first you'll just upset the car.
It's just, and then having to make that abrupt shift at 15 miles an hour when the gear maxes out. So I know, well, a G8, I had a G8 and I had like 292 rear gears, like a 26-inch tire, and I think 408 is the first gear ratio. It's like a 4. Yeah. It's like a 390 or something, but
yeah. I think the 6R is 420 something is the first gear. It's super deep.
Yeah.
But most of those, like if you look at like a modern DCT car and most modern transmissions, that's all they're doing. Because if you think about the slipping that occurs in a converter car, a factory geared converter car, when you just initialize motion of the vehicle, that's just energy lost, right? So if you can put a super deep first in it, knock the thing in motion, give it another gear, you're using less energy, to get it in motion. You're losing less energy from the engine to the tire versus mowing through that converter.
And you would assume, well, that's the nice thing about like those factory sized, like an R8 or something like that, and a dual clutch, like you can better utilize that. But yeah, the other thing I wanted to bring up about transmissions, funny enough, is I've heard that those, what is it, a BMW M4 7-speed dual clutch is actually very affordable. And then a system like Motec probably does it too, but I've heard of one called Max ECU that also controls it. So part of me has wanted to do like something dumb like a Fairmont with like a 434-inch LS3 based engine and the dual clutch 7-speed, and then gear it exactly for a quarter-mile pass and just hear it shift 6 times would be ridiculous, and go like a 920 with a 500 horsepower to the tire.
No, that puts the conversation in a couple directions, but you have to keep in mind that the dual clutch trans does not want to slip like a converter. So the reason the dual clutch trans have those really deep first gears, if you've ever watched a GTR drag race, it just like the first gear is like the most abusive thing ever.
It just bounces.
And that's they can't slip the clutch. And then the other thing to your 6 forward gears and a quarter-mile passes, that window that you're having the engine operate in is way easier on parts than having a bunch of pull down on a gear shift. Like you have to pry so many ideas out of people's hands. Like there are people that still love power glides. Well, when you go from first gear to second gear in a power glide and you're making any real steam, like you have the load from a turbocharger, that engine is not terribly happy when the engine speed line is horizontal and you just got that thing held down and you probably have too much timing in it. Like it's hard on stuff. Whereas if you have a bunch of forward gears, the engine's accelerating away from what the steady state load that would kill it.
I call it
steady state load is a different beast.
City.
Yep.
That's what we've learned to do with the stock bottom end LS cars, is keep them like over 6,100 all the time.
Yeah.
If your RPM drop is too high, just rev it higher, whatever. Like do whatever you got to do to not have a ton of power or load below 5,500, and it'll live through a lot.
Yeah, time under load is a real deal killer.
And then, here's this one's good too. What's your top 5 tips learned on Drag Week that you can share for people preparing their cars?
I think the most important thing is sleep. Because if you don't rest well and you're a pretty domesticated person that doesn't live around the quirks of hot rods and you go out there and try to do drag week and you get yourself into a mistake that then gives way to a car accident or an injury, like you've lost all hope, right? So you have to be able to keep reasonable hours where you're going to spin out. And the second thing I would say, to really stop and slow down and realize that it's probably been a while that since you've been on such a neat adventure like drag week, where you're just free from everything for a week and you're just driving around in the car with your buddy, like that's worth not getting caught up in the ego comparison of who's faster than what argument. Plan your meals well and have decent food available so you're not eating out of a gas station all week. The car stuff is pretty simple. I mean, depending on the car, know when to move on to the next track. If you make a decent run and you could stick around for 3 more hours and make a better run, you may be better off just moving on with that decent run, because you don't know if staying 3 hours later is going to end you cleaning armadillo out of the bottom of your car at 2 a.m. because that's what time you were driving through that area. So it's a neat gamble. And the fifth thing, if that wasn't, just really try to manage the heat the best you can. A lot of those cars drive around with their hood off. Like, that's a pretty easy mod to get heat out of the compartment. So, make your peace with it and don't pick on people that are driving around with their hoods off, because the way that the OEM sheds heat out of a compartment is designed for a lot of OEM components. And when you put a bunch of exposed turbo tubing in all these things in this real estate that wasn't turbocharged from the factory, you're going to have to manage heat. That's a serious concern. And taking the hood off is like just a really easy way to get a lot of that heat out of the compartment.
It reminds me, I do data center work, so it's BTUs in and BTUs out.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and most of it, unfortunately, for a piston engine, the heat doesn't go to the rotator; it goes to the cooling system, and it goes to the exhaust system, and it leaks into the engine compartment. Like, so much heat is lost, so much energy is lost.
Now after a while of serious questions, I like to do these not so serious ones to get away from our brains getting exhausted over answering. So this one's funny. Thick or thin crust pizza?
It's got to be thin. When you know what goes into that thick crust pizza and how hard it is to get it back out of your body, whether it's on your belly or on your back fat, like, I'm thin crust.
And then, I mean, that's the drag week stuff was really interesting because it's nothing I would have thought of, but I mean, you have to sleep to function correctly, or else you'll make mistakes on the car and driving. And then, like you said, that happens where people are they think it's a one-day event. And if you, in my opinion, at drag week, if you survive long enough, 60-80% of the people have dropped out because of, like you said, not sleeping, not eating, beating the car up too much. So if you can just get to the end, because I think a lot of people go there and try to come out swinging really hard, and they don't make it a day or two. And my buddy Cameron and I have always wanted to do it, and one day we will, and we're going to take his stock daily driver Crown Vic.
That's a fine idea.
And we're just going to, like I said, like, I don't have anything to prove, so we're just going to go and sit in our AC and eat at a nice place and go sleep, and we're going to be like, oh man, we got a 17.0 average. How'd you guys do?
No, that, when Jew and I went for the first time, I realized about by the end of the first day that he wasn't going to let me drive. He was driving drag week. And I think I asked him, like, on the second day, I'm like, so are we going to trade off, or are you just driving? And he, because, you spend enough time around someone, they don't have to say much for you to hear them, And he was like, I'm going to do this whole thing. And I was like, you go, boy, and he did it. He did the whole thing with a smile. The next drag week, I think, was tougher on us because we had, we fell behind, and I think on the last day, I think he was really ready for some sleep, because you're in this car that's it's not the comfiest car, and you're in 7 a.m. traffic trying to get to the track, and you hadn't slept, and the road is just like gross, just a worn out road, just worst case scenario type stuff. And he wasn't having much fun that morning, so it's definitely a neat event, and it will definitely test. Don't bring any friends with short fuses, because it's not a place for people with short fuses, because you could just get spun out.
Everybody needs patience. So this one's a good one, because this is like our first conversation. I think this is a good lead in, and something that I really appreciate you guys putting videos up. But it says, are you going to keep seeking your records at Bonneville Salt Flats? If so, what's your next Salt Flats project? And
yeah.
Oh, he says, would you ever, Matt, meaning me, consider building and running something out there? I'd love to see a sloppy salt flat build.
I could probably talk about Bonneville for an hour.
Huh. Well, we got. It's all up to you when you want to quit. We've had some.
Well, I don't have a real short version of how to explain Bonneville to someone, but it is if you're into cars and you are into like the community that cars bring, Bonneville is just incredible. Like I went 6-second quarter mile, and it was, I know I can go right through it in my head exactly how it felt, and I don't necessarily want to do it again. But Bonneville is a different thing. It's just like, it's a whole week of incredible, awesome, getting to drive one of those cars and getting to do that. Like this year, next Friday, I go back out there, and there's a chance that if everything goes well, I'm going to go well over 300 miles an hour. And when I went last year, there was this whole mile over 260 miles an hour, and it's a different space. Like your brain sees that event differently after you've experienced something like that. Like if you knew how to wheelie a motorcycle, we could talk about what it feels like to be at the balance point when the motorcycle's not accelerating, it's just riding a wheelie, and it's some kind of magic. Bonneville is some kind of magic. It's really a neat place. I highly recommend it.
It would definitely be cool to check it out. I don't think my wife would let me floor a car for that long at that speed, but it would be cool to do. I always thought about doing like a half-mile event or something on a bike, because I've had like nitrous boozas and stuff like that, and I'm like, it would be cool to just go to one of those and progressively spray like a 200 shot or something.
I think that the half-mile stuff is I've done that also. It's a neat drag race. But most of the venues are fairly dangerous. Whereas if you go to Bonneville and you're in a car, like the car that I drove last year was this Roadster, and it could spin. And when it spins, it just spins. I mean, you could be spinning for this cartoonish amount of time before the car will come to a stop. I mean, like one of the guys out there is like, he's been through the lights. Greg's been through the lights over 200 miles an hour backwards. It's like, it's got all the things that you need without the danger that is appearing. Now, there are cars out there, like the car that I'm going to get to drive this coming Speed Week. It's a Streamliner, and a Streamliner can barrel roll, and you'll get your eggs scrambled, and you can get killed, pretty easy. But a car that won't get off the ground and will just spin, it's way safer than some half-mile stuff. I mean, I would feel, the stuff that I did in my Toyota half-mile, now that I have experienced Bonneville, I don't think I'd ever take my car to a half-mile event again, because it's just a lot of risk, because you're not in a a place safe enough to really crash.
You'll always hit. There's always something. I understand what you mean.
Yeah. Yeah. Like you could argue, guys that want to go 200 in the quarter mile, like, yeah, it's pretty hairy, you start to respect the guys that went eighth mile years ago, because eighth mile, you don't have all that time under load and, after the eighth mile. So it's easier on parts, but, going over 200 miles an hour in the quarter is pretty risky, like if you got the money to do it, then chances are you got something to lose. And if you got something to lose, you start doing the math on, how safe is this compared to that? And I think Bonneville is the main event, because Bonneville is incredibly safe in that aspect, but the perceived danger is still there, so you still get a hell of a rush.
No, that makes sense that you just like slide. I remember watching a video where someone, breaks something on one of those cars, and it just there's that shh noise for forever. Because salt has like no friction. People say that's always the challenge driving on it. It's always, like you said, a balance point on a wheelie. There's like a float that's happening.
Yeah.
Am I on the ground? Am I not?
Yeah.
Does the steering wheel work?
It's like, imagine that at well over 200 miles an hour. Imagine that balance point sensation over 200 miles an hour. It's nirvana. I mean, your brain is just like, it's there. It's good.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's what, and then I was going to say to people, like, the reason you had to do this Saturday or like the 20, I don't know, much farther, is you're like, oh, I'm going to Bonneville. I'm like, oh, I was going to ask that too. When are you going to get that car back out?
No, it's ready. The guys, there's this just incredible group of guys out in Arizona that, they're a whole team, it's this white goose bar team of guys, and I just mail them engines. So I built engines for the Streamliner, which is a 2JZ, and the Roadster, which is a 2JZ. And we have some like pretty neat prototype parts that we're going to test this year for cooling, which I'm really excited about. That we did here in Orlando, and they're going to be put to the test on, because the Streamliner needs 5 miles. The Roadster, you could get it done in 4 miles, and there's even some Roadsters out there that are like blown alcohol dragsters. Like they'll get it done in 3 miles because they'll run out of gas if they go any further. But the Streamliner is going to be 5 miles of heat, and for that it'll be a decent amount of work on the cooling system to get the engine to survive that.
Oh boy. I have people spamming the chat with hate speech.
I see that. That guy may need to meet people in real life.
Yeah, so that's what's taking up my. Oh my god, how many people are there? Can my mods please help me out here? I can't do this the whole time and ask you questions.
Oh man.
Whew. Anyway, moving on. Huh. So there was some 2J ones that are pretty cool. Okay, yeah, there's the... Oh, here, let me... it's moving now. Oh my god. I'll add some more. It's hard to tell. I have it so wide, it's hard to tell. I have to shorten it back up. Oh boy. Here we go. Here's Reaper. Here's Mark. We'll just throw a bunch of people in here. Anyway. Moving on. So 2J. I know nothing about 2Js. It said that they are the import equivalent to the LS. What's the down and dirty sloppy style 1J, 1.5J, or 2JZ setup that can be done relatively cheap? 500 wheel and burnout, straight 6 noises, and pop the hood memes are the goals. Please speak to transmission setup for this.
500 is really easy. I would probably say I would get a 1JZ before an NA 2JZ. The 1JZ is a really neat engine, and it sounds really, really cool because it's got a tiny stroke in it. The 2JZ, right now with what's happened in the past year with the price of used auto parts, to spend $5,000 or $6,000 on a JDM JZ engine, a complete twin turbo engine, that's a tall order. We just did a thing with Roadkill for their death metal car. We did a 2JZ swap with them. Well, I just had to do the fuel injection stuff. And it spit out a good amount of power without a lot of work. But the rods are tiny. So I think that you have to really be careful with the rods on an NA2J. But let's say you have a twin turbo 2JZ engine and you put cams in it, a decent turbocharger, it'll live a really nice life. Over 800 wheel horsepower, that 800, 850 range. If you just, use ethanol and don't be don't mess up with timing. Timing's not your friend. That's a really easy 800 horsepower engine to live with. And I would argue that that would be my first choice, be to use the 2J. If the budget won't support it and you've got access to a 1JZ, I like the VVTi. It's a nice engine, but yeah, they're just staple engines. They don't have great airflow, but turbochargers fix that, right? And they're inline sixes. They're not trying to shake themselves apart, and it's a cast iron block. It's really a nice engine. It's got a huge oil pump pickup tube. Like, it doesn't hold a lot of oil, so at some point you have to acknowledge that, but not until you get into turbochargers that really want to make power past 8,500 RPM. So for most common people and common sized turbochargers, it's hard to beat. I would say pre-COVID prices, I'd go toe to toe with any like junkyard LS build versus a stock JZ build, and we could have some really fun racing that way.
Yeah, I feel like they're just as good of a tank, a lot of those, if you're not screwing yourself on complexity or other things, right?
Yeah. I mean, when I was first introduced to the 2J, Orlando had very few dynos in town, and I think it was either 2 or 3 dynos, and these other guys would come use the dyno to run these 2JZ engines on, and they really didn't know what they were doing. They were just figuring it out, but they would shake those engines so hard that me being a pushrod Mustang guy, like, you could never get away with that stuff on a Mustang. It would just break, and it just like opened my eyes to how tough is that engine, because they would come abuse the engine on the dyno and drive out of there. They never broke one on the dyno, and it would have these terrible cuts and just, rattling it and this and that. But they were just really tough engines versus the Mustang engine would just break. It just wouldn't tolerate it. So they are extremely tough engines if you just have a reasonable approach to them.
And some mechanical sympathy.
Yeah. Treat it like you're going to have to pay to fix it.
That's a good way to say it. A good one here is, how did Real Street start, and where did the name come? Everything from the ground up. So, I mean, I remember you saying you worked with a guy with car stuff, but how did you be like, I'm gonna open a shop and I'm gonna do this?
It was kind of just a series of events. The guy that I worked with, he started to kind of change his operating procedure, and we just were no longer able to mesh well. It was like an uncomfortable pair of shoes. And I knew the other players in the area, and I knew that wouldn't really work for me long term. So the guy that I started racing the Mustang that I still have with, John, he really was a huge motivation in all of it, because he said, like, one day he said, I've started the LLC. My mom's going to help do the accounting. Like, quit your job. It's time to do this. And that was really the push to go into doing it. And I had a house that I had bought when I was a kid. I was like 21 and got this house, so there was some equity in it. So I pulled the equity out and just kind of started hitting my head up against the wall, for the next few years.
And then, how did the name Real Street happen?
Because my last name is Mar and it's pronounced Mar, but it sure looks like Meagher. Meagher performance would have been not acceptable. There would have
Ah,
probably been a ton of jokes. So the car, the Mustang that really like drug me out into the country and like showed me that what I thought was the right way to do things was maybe the right way to do things, but there was many other ways to do things bigger and get me involved with these racers and get me learning and get me wanting to really progress into more. That class was called Real Street, and it was an NMRA class where you could have like this supercharger and this fuel and that clutch and that engine and that camshaft. It was a very specific class where you had to have like a stock cam and 100 octane and a stock computer with a chip or like an extender, like these prehistoric tools. And the cars would go when I got involved in it. The cars would go tens, and then they went nines, and that was pretty much the what gave way is just driving around the country racing this Mustang and really meeting a whole different part of car culture rather than being stuck in a workshop where you wash your hands and you go up front to talk to a customer because he's picking his car up. Like that's one car culture experience versus going out and racing with people and getting to see getting to meet the guys that will mislead you or getting to meet the guys that will help you and just kind of just created a big shift in my life. So that's Real Street Performance was because that my last name for one and the class was just like such a neat life-changing thing for me.
I never knew that's how to say your last name. So it's Mar.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
Well,
some old Irish deal and the only people that I meet that pronounce it right are people that happen to know someone that had the same last name because it's if you go in some Irish coffee cup shop, it's in there, but you don't see it often. And the way they spelled it is kind of you know
all over the
jambalaya.
place.
Yeah.
Uh, so it's funny. People are saying like, despite all of, I can we all agree that the 302 and a Fox sounds the best despite being inferior in all other ways. And I agree. The 5 liter. If I think you are a little brand loyal if you can't admit how good those old 302s sound.
Yeah, I mean, if you had a motorsport letter camshaft and some Flowmasters, it's a good sounding car. I still have one. My Mustang is a pushrod engine car, and it's gonna stay a pushrod engine car. And a lot of it is the sound because that's such a big part of the vehicle's character that if you have a car that just sounds kind of crappy, or crappy. That's a big part of it. So I do agree that those engines have a nice tone to them for sure.
And then we might as well go right in. One of the questions was, what are you doing? I've seen videos on that too. What are you doing with the Mustang now, or what's the plan, or whatever?
So the Mustang is going to do donuts behind the shop before the year ends. That's the plan. That's the goal. Um, it it's going to be it's back here at the shop. It was up in North Carolina getting wired. It's really really nice now, and and a lot of the stuff that I did when I was a kid because I didn't know better has been fixed, and it's going to be badass. It's a 381-inch small block Ford with Kinsler stacked injection that my friend Job just like Job, these two long-term friends, Job and Jason, they kind of like gave me this whole thing top to bottom, and it made 675 to the tire NA, and it sounds super righteous. So that's in that car. It's going to have that same dog box 5-speed that just gets stuffed and it just transmission just shifts wonderful. And I'm going to get coffee in it and go to the track, and it should go low nines, and you know that'll be
Imagine
it.
that. Ice cream and burnouts is your goal for that thing. Imagine that.
Yeah. Well, my main goal is to, you get like middle age, like all these things change. And I have friends that I really just want them to make a pass in the car, because they had to stop playing with cars 20 years ago because their lives changed. So there's a handful of people that are definitely going to get to make a pass in that car, and it is a wonderful experience. I think it's really, really fun to drive.
What was I gonna? I was gonna add something to that, but it doesn't matter because I talk too much. Oh, this is interesting. What's the fastest you've gone on water?
Man, not fast.
Like regular boats, so there's nothing worth noting.
Yeah. My childhood was full of bad boating experiences. So like there was a number of times where I was probably crying at 2 a.m. on a Tuesday night because the boat was broken on the river and there's no one around to tow you back. And like boating wasn't fun for me as a kid. And then as a teenager, my buddy's dad had power boats, but he would run them up on sandbars at full speed. So I would say, I exited a bow rider and dislocated my shoulder on the way out when that guy drove it up on a sandbar. Like, I don't have a lot of luck in boats, but I've been like maybe 70 miles an hour or something on a jet ski, a modern jet ski. And then I've begged Mike Finnegan to give me a ride in his Game Over boat. It's like a 700-inch twin turbo thing.
Hemi, yeah,
and I'm gonna
94s or whatever.
Yeah, 86, 85, or 83, 85, because it comes on like that. I'm gonna go for a ride in that thing just because I wanna have that memory in my head. But I think it's incredibly dangerous. Those boats are something else.
Go up or down here between serious ones. This is. Should we do serious or not serious?
Where you want?
You have no preference at this point.
Yeah.
I want to hear his thoughts on a new engine / rebuild break-in procedure, and if he knows any actual science or testing behind common procedures like holding a flat tappet cam at 2000 for 20 minutes or seating new rings, because there's seemingly no literature, and I'll add that a lot of those people have no clue and modern engines don't care and blah blah blah.
Well, so if we wanna be on each side of the argument, I can do it pretty well.
Yes.
If you have a lot of money and your stuff is pretty right, then stuff it together and beat on it. Like I was at the Ducati factory and they put the engine together, they run it with electric motor. If the engine turns well, they dyno it. Like there's that camp. And then there's the camp of people that understand that if you've ever bricked an old car and wanted to blow it up and you just brick the gas pedal and crack open a beer, it's pretty boring after a while because they don't blow up easy because everything is so familiar. You have this set of dancing partners that have been dancing together for 200,000 miles and nothing touches and everything is really familiar. And I would say on that side of the argument, you're like, okay, what does it hurt you to break an engine in? Because I've put engines together and like the engines for the Bonneville car, they don't get broken in. We make an easy pass at 5,000 or 6,000 RPM, and with the Geo's race car, it goes to the track and it goes to 6. I can tell you that the pan back and whatnot looks different on the second pass. Like the camp that says that a modern ring set is seated before you ever start the engine because you've turned it over enough. I think that is really dependent on bore size and how round the bores are, because the bigger the bore, the harder it is to be around, and then the less likely the ring is perfectly concentric to the bore. So that would loan itself to more break-in period versus a engine that has a very stable architecture and very good shape to it. Well, that engine's going to not be as needy when it comes to break-in. So, you could do it either way, but most new engines die shortly after they were fired up. You know, if you've done something wrong, it shows itself relatively quickly. So my argument would be like, well, give it some time. You know, like when Real Street got started, I was building Subaru engines that was my primary source of
Oh,
income.
you're a masochist? No.
Well, I had a really good track record because I had grown up working on small block Fords that are fairly sensitive castings. You know, so you get into that Subaru engine where every time you put the case together, it's a little different. In the speed that you move the wrench and like everything matters to make this really strange little engine live at, you know, back then it was only 400 horsepower or whatever. But I would always put them together. I'd drive them 100 miles and then I'd put them on the dyno. I wouldn't just go right to the dyno with them because they need a familiarization period.
Hmm.
So
Would you say that the whole engine needs that familiarizing, or would you say that mostly it's rings, or mostly because I feel like if one of these cars, I've done a bunch where someone unloads it on the trailer and it has oil pressure issues in 2 hits. So I would say
well,
most failures are bearing or something wrong immediately.
right. But would that well, okay, so you can't fix bad work, you know. So we have to move past bad work. But when you when you really get to looking closely at engine parts and um, you really want the most out of the engine, I mean, a little bit of break-in period is not going to hurt you.
Hmm.
You know, if you give the thing 100 miles or a couple 100 miles, I mean, like pick a high-level engine. You know, like there's a reason why all those German cars are pretty high-level engines. Well, they're protecting an investment. You know, they want the car or the motorcycle to perform extremely well through warranty, so they prescribe a break-in period. You know, and if you get into you know, pick a flat tappet cam on a modern Japanese engine like a JZ. How many people don't buy lifters? So they have a new cam on a used lifter. Well, if you start that thing up and you run it at 1500 or 2000 RPM for a while and give it a little bit of time to find its new home on, you know, 24 used lifters, like that's a pretty good idea, man. Like I would give it that time because it'll save you money. If you have roller lifters, obviously it's quite a bit different, but you have to understand what the friction surfaces in the engine are like, and then maybe that's your patient, and each patient gets a different prescription. Because if you treat them in these huge bulk statements of breaking an engine in is smart or breaking an engine in is dumb, like, well, there's a lot of middle ground, and a lot of engines are different from one another, and some of them just need break-in. You know, like we're pretty bratty to be so anti break-in when you consider what our ancestors in the industry, the guys back in the 50s, their level of machine work, their level of clearances, and how bad things were back then, they had to let stuff break in because it was so gross that it wouldn't live without it. You know what I mean? So I guess, you know, it depends on the engine, but I think that it's safe for your wallet either way. And the other thing is most people put cars together, if they're putting cars together at home and it's a new engine and they're putting that engine in the car, so they've got all this risk. It's their first build, or and they've put all these weekends into it, the whole thing, right? Man, the things that they've left loose or forgot to do or forgot to come back on, like, wouldn't you rather find those small mistakes while you're just out putzing around? You know, because when you're putting everything to the test right out of the gate, if everything is right, it will take it. You know, like there's a lot of cars that's how they're raced and they win races that way. But if you are doing this stuff at home and you're not super experienced with it, like, give yourself a little room. You know, what's the harm?
Yeah, it makes sense. I agree with, like, it makes some people nervous or their luck is bad without it, and then obviously depending on what you're building, it's situational. Like a lot of the stuff I do, like one of my quotes from you that I like the most is in one video assembling things. You say new means never ever worked, and that's not good or bad. So I say that phrase to people all the time. I'm like, it has no history. So when I take apart a 250,000 mile LS, I'm like, there's a reason it got here, and I shouldn't mess with the formula because
Right.
it has made it this whole way. So there's like tiny things that I do, but mostly let it go because, like you said, it's familiar. It has run. So I feel like people are doing themselves a disservice by re-ringing or redoing bearings or redoing
Oh
whatever.
yeah.
Don't touch it.
Yeah.
Don't touch it.
Don't touch it.
It has worn in for 20 years, and
Right.
I'm like, don't even do it. And I
Yeah.
think, in my experience, you're better off not doing anything. So, there was a good one there too. Break-in oil as part of that break-in. Do you use a separate? Because people talk about that like high zinc. You know what I'm talking about?
Learned a little bit about oil in the past couple months, and
Well,
zinc is
actually,
kind of a
you guys just did a video on it. I only got halfway
yeah,
through it,
yeah, that
so
was a
people should
super
check it
neat
out.
trip because we got to learn from these people that are they really have a lot of pride in their work. Like they're really trying to be the best at their work. And when you deal with companies that are trying to be the best at their work, you have a good result, you know. And the zinc thing is kind of a generic thing that's been around for a long time, but it's not the end all be all best case scenario. You know, zinc got stripped out of oil because of catalytic converter life. So there are alternatives to zinc that work as good or better in some circumstances, but they're expensive.
Hmm.
So when you get into like your Kia, you know, you could put regular motor oil in that thing. It's just change the oil, please, and it'll last its whole life term with any kind of motor oil, you know. And when you get into the racing oil stuff, I think it is it's worth having the conversation. You know, people can look at there's a couple things that get commonly thrown around: shaft play on a turbo and crosshatch on a cylinder. And people will shake the turbo and assume something's wrong, or they'll look at the bore and assume something's right. I mean, you have no idea how deep the valleys are in that hone finish, how much oil can be retained to seal and lubricate the cylinder, and is the fuel you're using trying to wash that oil off. But most of us just say, oh, I got a good crosshatch, you know. And it's super crude, and you see it when you get the ability to have pan back in an engine and start to understand how the engine seals and when it stops sealing. I mean, that really changes my argument for whether or not good oil is worth it or not. Like the break-in oils, they're just less slippery because you want that ring to come in as quick as possible. Because if you've taken a car and put a aggressive faced clutch in a car, right? A segmented puck clutch, and you drive it for 500 miles, normal driving, and you take the clutch pack out and you look at it. Well, how much of that clutch has actually touched the flywheel and pressure plate? You know, a lot of it is still yet to make contact with those surfaces because the familiarization period hasn't gone on. You know, so when you get into sealing rings, I guess the neat thing about that break-in oil is if the hone is done well and you use that break-in oil, you'll just make for a better engine. Now, if you're going to unplug the wastegate and pray that it's going to live, then don't waste your money on break-in oil. You know what I mean? But if you're trying to do it something pretty right, it's just another thing that you can do that will add to it.
And then another oil question from Joe Simpson. He's a guy I've had on the show before. Is super intelligent, real life tuner. He says, the question I get all the time is people that swear by whatever oil and why is it so good? Have you tested it to compare to anything else? And do you assume it's the best because your engine has lasted 5,000 miles?
That's one of those tribal knowledge things. I mean, I grew up in a household that used Valvoline. So I used Valvoline. I mean, my dad had a truck that went 530 something thousand miles, and it was, you know, then you're a Valvoline customer, right? So you can get into situations where, you know, me, I'm pretty spoiled because with Geo, I have this ultimate destruction dude And with the company, we have enough budget to try stuff. So, you move bearing clearance around and you move piston weight around and you see scuffing and you make changes and you apply. Um, I don't have enough time or money to run an engine on a season with, say, Joe Gibbs, or run it on a season on HPL, and run it on a season on the next flavor. And just like the alcohol market, all of a sudden there's a lot of oil brands. If you go to your local liquor store, there's 100 different vodka brands. Well, there's all these oil brands popping up because there's so much money in branding. So that was one of the neat things about going to HPL is they're actually going through all the steps to create a blend versus someone that just has a label to stick on a thing. Like that's if you pick a guy like Colin McGregor, if he wants to go into motor oil sales, he can right now. You know what I mean? Because there's a certain amount of people that'll just buy what people are subscribing. So do I think one motor oil is better than the other? Yeah, when you start using alcohol for fuel and the fuel's trying to wash the cylinder down and the ring needs the oil on the cylinder to create a seal, I think it's important. You obviously don't want to put thick oil in a stock engine because it doesn't flow through the engine well. So just use an oil weight that's good for your bearing clearances. But I'd be dumb to say that there's nothing there. But if you want, it would be neat to have 2 engines, and one of them you run on crappy oil, one of them you run on good oil, and you just run the engines on the dyno at peak torque for a week or something, and you take them back apart. And what's the difference? And how? But I guess what's trippy about that is, oil changes temperature pretty slowly unless the engine has a problem, right? So if you're looking at your oil temp and it's 180 and you make a rip and it's 190, the sensor is extremely slow. 3, the substrate is extremely slow. But what is the oil temperature on the face of the crankshaft during the power stroke? Because that oil is working to keep those parts from shearing, or keep the oil from shearing and keep those parts from meeting. So the oil is getting worked at a low level that if you looked at it like in soldiers, like if you had an army of 10,000 soldiers, you don't notice 2, 3 getting whacked every second, because the war has your attention. So looking at oil temperature and looking at oil life, it's not like transmission fluid where you can burn transmission fluid pretty easy and you can smell it and say, uh-oh, I'm going to change the fluid. Like oil doesn't, unless something's going really bad with the engine, oil doesn't give you those telltales. But you shouldn't disrespect the amount of work it's doing at the bearing surface if you're making a lot of power or you're using alcohol for fuel.
That's what my buddy Chris was saying. He's like, where did he say it? Caring about what oil you put in a car after first break-in only matters to Subarus and people running methanol. And then he goes, I only use oil that has a W in the lettering because it wins. He says stuff like that. He's hilarious. So my question for oil stuff while we're at it is recently with LS's, I know you have done a bunch of LS stuff, so this is a good question. Did you ever monitor oil pressure right out of the pump, like in the galley? And have you ever measured it in the top where the stock oil pressure sensor is at the same time?
The LS stuff that I've worked on, I really, they've been LS7s, which the oiling system is, it's okay for a factory oiling system, but the way that the pan and pump seal together never sat well with me. And it doesn't have enough scavenge. Like scavenge is such a valuable thing in an engine that, I think it's highly underrated. But going back to measuring oil pressure at different places, I've never done it. I've worked on engines like Oldsmobiles and Buicks where the oil pressure is like the last thing, the gauge is the last thing in line. So the oil pressures, you're in this car and it makes 8 at an idle and 40 wide open, and you're like, gosh, that seems low. But you have to kind of embrace, like, if there's liquid oil in the pan, the pump is displacing that oil in every revolution, right? So you are flowing oil through the engine, and you've got to have a certain amount of pressure to keep the hydrodynamic wedge strong enough to keep parts from touching down. But it's not like you get to just pick this number. Like my Mustang always had a low volume pump in it. So it would turn 8,000 RPM and it would have 45 PSI of oil in it. It never hurt bearings, but 45 PSI and 8,000 RPM is pretty low, by our standards. But again, it had a pump that the gerotor was about half the size of the stock gerotor, because it was worth some power, and that's what you took because you wanted the power.
Less parasitic, yeah. And then this is a question almost every radio show in the comments. People debate this, so it's funny that you stalled out on the LS7 stuff, because people go, the one question, I think it's always the same guy, he goes, is an LS7 a dry sump? Like, that's his question every time for guests. And then my buddy Chris goes, it's a damp sump. And then someone else goes, moist sump. Because everybody has explained that it's not real either way. It's like a conglomerate and blah blah blah.
Yeah, it's I don't want to sound like a prick, but I mean, like, it was a nice try. If you look at how the Germans protect expensive engines with dry sumps, like, there's a lot of cars that have proper dry sump systems right out of the gate, where Chevrolet had a budget to follow, and they do a wonderful job meeting that budget with the Corvette. And it's a really neat car for, an arguably low amount of money compared to the Italians and German cars. But that oiling system, I don't know, it's good in a stock form. I can give them that, but I think they all would benefit from a scavenge pump. And there's ARE makes a bolt-on scavenge pump for them that I think if I had an LS7 powered Corvette, I would just put that scavenge system on a stock car and let it be better.
And my other what I forgot to finish off was I've always been like, people say the same thing about oil pressure at the end of the block, and I believe in my head and looking that the oil pressure port is at the top, and everything else on an LS. So my brain's like, what if I measure post and pre, like at the beginning of the block, like oil pump, and at the end of the block, top of the lifter galley, or whatever you would call it.
Right.
And I would see a large delta sometimes. Like when the car was cold, not as much. When it would get hot, you would see it bleeding off quite a bit. And part of me checking that out is I'm like, at what delta do you know you have bad bearings? Or could you look at this another way? Or is it just normal because there's a normal amount of bleed off through the parts? Or it's just something I've been
the oil, so that there's a priority, right? So we need the crankshaft to have a high level of pressure. The valve train, like, you could starve an engine's valve train and still have a pretty long running engine. So the oil at the top of the engine versus oil at the bottom of the engine, I guess I would say, like, I mean, is it overheating parts in the valve train? If not, does it matter what the oil pressure is like up there? Because if all the parts are living, then I would rather focus on keeping the oil in the bottom of the engine. And the pressure, you get into oil timing on the crankshaft. Like, that's a neat conversation to have, and look at what different OEs did to try to help with oil timing. Different ways to get oil down a crankshaft. But as far as the oil pressure being different in different parts of the engine, yes, especially because the valve train is such a kind of a splash lubricating loss system. Like, there's just oil getting flung everywhere to cool things off, versus down the crankshaft, it's a little bit more orderly because it's pressurized through these galleys down the crank.
So you think that different pressures are just normal? Not well, there could and couldn't be, right? It's a double-sided thing.
Well, if you think that the thing's hurting bearings, like cut the filter open.
I guess
You
that's a
know,
good.
that's such a. If you want to face the music, cut the filter open. If you want to like not blow your weekend up and tell yourself it's going to be okay, wait till Monday to cut the filter open. But if you cut the filter open, like there's the news.
Yeah. It was just something I saw and was curious if you had any comment on it. Just this is a good one now. My buddy Chris asked this, and I'm going to jump right to him because of his knowledge, and this is a good question. He says, who do you have spec your converters for the small cube engines?
Pro Torque.
Pro Torque.
Yeah, Pro Torque has the best program. They really do. The how that company came to be and the injection of technology it got to take a lead in that space. I think that they really have a neat program. That's a really neat converter. Like I've raced other cars with other brand converters, and I've tried to work with people that I have a good relationship with, and they can get you close. But the Pro Torque, it's like, oh, it's doing this here. Here's 300 less RPM. Here's 300 more RPM. It's so dialed that I think that's why those guys do so well in the racing environment. In today's day and age, you can just buy one of those converters and take it apart and copy it the best you can. But I think that in that regard, I respect the brand enough to say like that's just the one that I would reach for is the Pro Torque. That lockup converter that we have in that Supra, man, it is really awesome because some of those lockups will drag and or slip. Well, the lockup that's in our car, it's open or it's closed. That's it. That's what it does. So we went from having like 3 or 4% slip at the stripe to 0, and I can just turn the lockup on whenever. And the thing picked up like 10 mile an hour in the quarter. It's mean. The lockup is mean
at that
for
speed.
Sure.
Throwing down 10 extra mile an hour is pretty ridiculous.
Well, right, and you have to really value that, because if you go right back to our 6R80 conversations, like, well, there's the potential. Now you're going to have smaller RPM drops and a higher efficiency converter. Like, yeah, the car's going to be faster and it's going to drive better. Like those converters that just are sloppy, you could see it on the starting line. You could feel it, a $300 torque converter, when you put it in gear and go to move the car, you can tell that it just doesn't have the magic. I can tell it just doesn't have the magic, where the Pro Torque stuff has just really been spot on for us.
This is a good one. Can you explain the dynamic between you, Gio, and the white Supra?
Well, Gio and I are very different characters, and I need him and he needs me. Like, I'm this, I have experience with the stuff, and he just has brass balls. I mean, the guy just wants to, he wants to win a race. Like, for me, I like going to the race. I like participating in the race. I like dealing with the thing of it, but I never really set out to win things, I guess. I was more of an experiencer, where Gio wants to win. So I drove that car until I realized that it didn't really matter if I drove it anymore. It was better if Gio drove it, because then it gave me all this time to think about what was happening. Because when you're trying to work on the car and drive the car, and it's a really fast car, like, if you want to wear that hat because it makes you feel good, that's cool. I'm not going to knock you for it. Like, I used to be that guy, and now I'm just more reliant on team, because you can get further and have more fun. So the white Supra is a really neat vessel that is an incredible ride to make a pass in. Like, I've really had some neat moments in that car. And for Gio, it's just, it's a toy that sits in the top of his toy box, and he likes racing it.
Well, I think he means like so he's like your friend, and he's like, let's build this, and then he owns it, and he pushes the envelope, and you learn from it.
No, the company owns it.
Okay.
It's a shared expense. Gio's old Supra was like 38 or 3,900 pounds, and I was just like, can we race something lighter? So we bought a roller and immediately just put a 4-link and a roll cage in it, and it was like 31 or 3,300 pounds right out of the gate, and it was fast right out of the gate, and it was a big relief for me because racing heavy cars is it's just more work. It's more work on the engine. So the company shares the expense of that car, and Gio gets to drive it because he's the right person to drive it. He wants that that experience of glory. He wants that thing that you get when you win around. And for me, I have a good amount of fun, just kind of like being a facilitator of.
Oh no, that all makes sense. Yeah, you need those two people to make it work, and splitting the duty where you are, that guy, he's like, I'm gonna drive it, and this is what I'm gonna do, and he's everything in his head, and you're like, this is what the tune-up's doing, and you don't, like you said, you don't have to wear all the hats. Everyone has more fun, and the car functions better usually.
Yeah.
And if you trust that person, they're gonna do it, and that guy's gonna drive it.
Let's not forget about the selfish aspect of it. When I walk in here on a Monday morning and we lose or we win, it's all on my shoulders. And now it's like Gio misses a light or something. It's like, well, we're sharing, we can share the glory, or we share the misfortunes, but it's a shared experience. It's just easier than trying to be a one-man band.
Oh, so we're gonna do a not car one just because it's fun to do this. If you had to eat a hot meal as a milkshake, what food would it be, and would you enjoy it?
You mean we're gonna puree it in like a high horsepower blender?
I assume it means like if you were like a pizza and just blend it and a milkshake.
I'd probably do wonton soup.
Oh, that's actually a great answer. And then you mentioned this to me, so this will be funny too. My buddy Chris Ortiz, he goes, "What hair care products do you use?" And I have to preface that with, guys, when I talk to Jay about we always test, and then we set up a whatever, and he goes, "It'll give me time to do my hair." I think you said something like that.
Yeah. So I can tell you that it's pretty inconvenient being bald because you'll spend more money on haircuts because you have to do it every week. So I just have a little pair of clippers and I just do it myself, and this is as good as it gets. So no hair care products.
Just razors or whatever. Or you pay?
No, just clippers.
Oh.
Yeah, I just use clippers and I just do the whole thing. And if my wife's around, I say, "Hey, did I miss anything?" And she says, "No." It's like literally you spend $25 going to the barber. So if you do that every week, it's just not
so yours
feasible.
Is just like the metal.
There's a section of head that the hair has quit its job,
but
right?
The rest of it's the metal, no adjustment on a trimmer.
Yeah, just the rest of it's just a little razor. It just takes care of it.
That's what I do. It's funny, I'll let my stuff get out of control, and I'll just take and I actually buy, this is how ridiculous I am. I would buy the animal trimmers because they're way less than a human trimmer. It's the same thing. And I would, no adjuster, just the metal, the blades.
Right.
I would just start wherever it goes down here and just go up and around, and that's it. And I have stopped doing that because my wife is like, "You look like a convict. Please put some height on it." So now I cut it to a certain size, but that same thing I do is it's $25 for someone to just and I'm not not like you always say, not knocking somebody that likes to do their hair. I don't care at all. So
well, the other thing that kind of sucks about being bald is if you go get your hair cut and the person doing it is beating you in the head with the clippers, it's pretty much not enjoyable. So I before COVID, I was going to a place, and then during COVID, I just started doing it myself, and it was all right.
This is good. What's the worst engine platform in your opinion?
Whew. Modern or current?
Maybe answer both if there's defining line between some old ones are terrible and some new ones are terrible.
I really,
I would say maybe do of all time and then maybe like a last 10 years thing that's garbage.
man, that's going to be hard. I want to say the 6 liter Ford diesel, but I don't know how much of its demise had to do with untrained technicians and a overactive EGR system that basically had it choking on its own crap. That was a big whoopsie. The 6 liter Ford, that was a hard one to swallow. And then older engines, like when you put together a big block of olds and you have to have, 4.5 or 5 thousandths main clearance because the thing moves around so much, like that kind of, and they have small block forward airflow. I would say that one was pretty rough. But I don't take anything away from its character, because if you said here's a 7442 with a big block in it, like I definitely want to drive that thing around. It's cool in its own right for sure, but maybe not nearly as good of an engine as a big Chevy.
And then, what engine platform did you start tuning on? I mean, you said Fords. You started on small block Fords. And what challenges, and if any, and did you encounter when you initially started tuning 2Js?
Well, the small block Ford was the early stuff, and then modular Fords, and then the 2J. I think the biggest hurdle that I had to overcome was the not stopping and really just going to get proper training. So, like, if you take time out of your schedule and just go to EFI University and have Ben or one of his guys like teach you how to do it, you could pick up a few years in fun. Like you could be having fun so much sooner, but you have to sacrifice this week in this expense in class. So for me, a lot of what happened early on was like you counted on someone until you understood that you could no longer count on them and you had to do it yourself. There was one experience where like we took this pretty heavy job in. I farmed out the tuning and we got the job done, and we really needed that money to close the month to pay our bills. And the guy that showed up to tune it really didn't know anything about what he was doing. And we wouldn't have taken the job in had he been honest, because I only took the job in because I was counting on him, So you got like, now you're on an airplane to some other state to learn how to do it the next morning because you've got to get this job done, So I think probably the hardest thing about learning it was doing it on my heels versus just having a good mentor to say, oh, you're interested in this? Are you serious? Okay, do these steps. And then you could just have this easy path to success.
Yeah, that's good. They also ask this, no one has yet, but it's important since you're talking about education. Like they always say, like, what should I do as a path? And then should I buy books or something? Because that's another thing. I've learned all of it on my own. I've really done almost no reading other than trying to catch up on stuff from people that know or my own mistakes.
Well, I think that's a pretty easy question to answer, because there's a few different ways a human being can learn something new. And there are humans that do really well with books, and there are humans that do really well hands-on, and there are humans that they just have to learn from pain. So, you kind of like figure out how you learn and then pick that path, but I am a big proponent of just, if you're serious about having a good outcome, then just go get the training, that, the EFI University or, the Andre's school,
Is that
I'm
the guy
sorry.
with the funny accent?
Yeah, he's really a neat cat, and he has a really neat program for a lot of people that can't travel. it's like if you're in the States, you could just go to Ben's school. But if you're in South America or Grenada or somewhere like travels harder, the online classes that Andre offers are super awesome.
So people ask me
It's
that.
HP Academy. Yeah, that's
HP
the other
Academy,
brand,
you're right.
HP Academy.
Yeah, they're in here helping us out. People ask me about that all the time, and I'm like, it's like the new statement. I'm like, I have never done it. I can't tell you if it's good or bad. And they're like, oh, and I'm like, well, I have no experience. That's not bad.
Well, I can tell you that I was probably a half a decade into fuel injection and mostly just teaching myself through trial and error on my car. And I went to Ben's school to take a Motec class. And, he spent like half the day or whatever doing really basic things. And I didn't know any of them.
Hmm.
And I thought, like, oh my God, man, you could have picked yourself up a few years had you just acknowledged that you didn't know what you were doing and just go get the right training. So I'm a big proponent of just getting the right training because the time is too valuable to do things wrong ignorantly. Like you think you know what you're doing, you don't know what you're doing, but you let a couple years go by. Like, I don't want to do that ever again.
Yeah, understood. Yeah, that's a lot of good. I like asking you questions because you definitely have good answers for sure. I am like, oh, I'm thinking about stuff differently just by hearing you for sure. I was going through one. Oh, this is like an easy one. Then, how's your R8 coming? I was excited to see that too.
Man, it's a really neat car. I've had it, like kind of take it for a weekend and drive around with it. Had my older kid in it the other day, and we just, sitting at a stoplight, and we make a rep, 0 to 150 or something, and she's just like, but it's so smooth. That's what she said. She's like, when she was younger, bad parenting. I would have her go out and just change the boost aims in my Toyota. I think it was making like 1200 wheel, and she's in the passenger seat. And one day I noticed, like, we were making a rip, we're in fourth gear, and I watched her move her little thumb up to stabilize the monitor because it's shaking. And I'm like, this kid has got nerves of steel, man. But she was in the Audi the other day, and she just said it's so smooth, and it really is. There's a lot of I never spend that much money on a car. People make those statements, but when you drive a car like that, you're like, yeah, the URS, you're like, this is what 350 grand feels like, like, because it's really easy to have a home project that 50 or $100,000 goes into, and you just burn the receipts because you don't want to know the truth, So the Audi is a really phenomenal car, and having a V10 with turbos on it is super magical, especially as we're getting to the end of high cylinder count engines. Like the 12 cylinders and 10 cylinders, they're going to have to go away. They'll be the first on the chopping block, right? And we'll move to these smaller displacement turbocharged engines. It's kind of the last hoorah if the EV stuff really plows its way in. So yeah, having access to a twin turbo 10 cylinder super badass Audi R8, like, it's a really neat car. If you're in that realm of income that's an option, I highly suggest it. It's badass.
Uh, oh, that's funny. Out of you don't have to comment on this at all, but it's just something funny. My buddy Chris says. He says, "Want to know the worst way to learn how to tune? Ask a tuner if he can teach you."
Yeah, I've had that question a bunch, and it's just like, without knowing what someone knows, where do you start?
You can't make a good or bad.
Right. And if you have once you understand something and you know it, like, you know it in and out, where you just have this level of understanding, and to try to convey that to someone else, that's why we've stayed away from doing like help videos with fuel injection, because for one, it would open up this smorgasbord of tech support. And, you kind of have to like know a certain amount to be able to be helped. If you put all the rod caps on backwards on your engine, start it up and fill the oil filter up with metal, like you can't really be helped because you missed critical steps so early in. To whereas like helping someone tune fuel injection, if they really don't know it, and then it's kind of a heavy question to ask, because the guys that are really good with it, it's a heavy investment to take on. They've been working at it. They have, the guys that are good tuners, like say you're a good tuner, well, that has a value, right? What if you understand engines and fuel injection? That's a different value to a customer, because if you know how to make all the lines line up on the data log, that's one type of tuner. But if you know intimately how engines feel when they're happy and feel when they're sad, and how they'll live and how they'll die, like that's a pretty valuable service to provide to someone. And when someone says like, hey, can you teach me how to do that? It's like, well, how much time do you have? Because it takes a certain amount of time to really get a good understanding of it.
It's like an apprenticeship. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I wish I would have had someone to teach me. It would have been so much easier.
I've always wondered this too. There's two questions. I'm going to shove them all together in a summary. But it seems like Motec is your favorite. And then what single feature of Motec, simple or complex, is your favorite? And then if you could say why you like Motec so much.
So a buddy of mine, Darren Dicheria, who is a really neat guy and does fuel injection stuff, I would always mess with these other brands, and he would only want to work on the Motec. And one day I said, well, explain to me why it's better. And he just said, I don't know, man, it's just better. And I was like, well, that's not a very good answer, So after 5 or 6 more years of being a part of what seemed to be a never ending beta program, I went home one day and my wife said, why are you upset? And I'm like, there's this computer, we put it on the car, it's got this problem, the place doesn't know how to fix it. I got to deliver the car. What am I going to do? Like having those experiences for a number of years, and having these companies vet these problems, but not be able to fix them because they've got this pecking order of how to do things. And then you just go to the Motec, and probably the best single feature of the Motec is if you're having a problem with the Motec, you open up your cell phone, you open up the camera, you flip the camera around, and you look at the problem, because you are the problem, because the system is so ironed out that it just does its job, and it does its job at a high level. When you open ECU software, how it opens is like the first date. If your software takes a minute and a half to open, like that's a pretty rough first date. Like it may be time to consider going somewhere else. Versus when you open the Motec software up, it's always stable. You never like lose a log. Like you make a run and you go to upload the log, and the log is corrupt. Well, what are you going to do? What's your move? How do you have to go out and create the risk to recreate the problem if you're doing it on the street, or if you're at the racetrack, it may cost you a round. Like the Motec just doesn't do that stuff. It's 30 years of the best shit. It's 30 years of having enough margin in a product to be able to afford to do it right and pay a bunch of high-level guys to just create badass stuff. I mean, my life got much easier, and my resting rate of happiness got higher when I stopped messing with other brands.
Yeah, you've mentioned this on many answers. Think about the time you waste messing with something that's giving you problems.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is some stuff is cheaper and seems to work better, but there's zero support.
Well, so let's say you're learning fuel injection, right? We're all learning fuel injection. It's just this thing. And you're not, there's so much to learn that, if you say that you know everything about it, you know the least. You're full of shit.
What's that
so
called?
You're learning.
What's that curve? There's actually oh man, Cameron will probably post it. I'm sorry, but there's actually a there's like a short end curve, and it's called the something curve, and it's I know everything. It's amount of knowledge and amount of ego, and it goes
Right.
up and
Right.
down, and yeah, Dunning-Kruger effect is exactly what it's called.
Yeah. Yeah.
You'll have to look
No,
it up.
I think I've heard Jordan Peterson mention that.
They're all
But
jumping
anyhow,
in. Yeah, go ahead.
the the you get this fuel injection system and you're learning it, right? So you're not really aware of its bugs. You're not really aware of its shortcomings because you're just excited that the thing's taking throttle. It's not stalling at a light. You haven't blown it up in 6 months. Like you're really getting you're happy with what's going on, right?
Look at me go.
Yeah, but then when you get to know more stuff and you realize that you're in this long-term relationship with this device that has these hard-coded problems that can't be overcome, and you have to work around them the best you can to give the customer the experience that, like the best experience you can give them. Like I've been travel tuning before where I had a I had a I got a guy in the passenger seat with his cell phone trying to hold it on the wideband because the AV inputs on the ECU are dead and we had no air fuel data, and we're making runs down this old runway, in a 1,000+ horsepower car, and I'm doing it with this cell phone log. Like, man, that's not having to do that because you're just dealing with the right products. That has a high level of value to me. So
I have
the
learned
Motec
all of
stuff
this.
is we have two older cars. There's these two brothers. They have a 69 Camaro and a 66 Mustang, and they're both asshole cars. If these cars were done and running for, a year or more, and you couldn't beat on them because they were just trying to kill you. And then you put on the Motec, put the settings in the traction control, and you can just make rips in it. And the ECU is doing all this stuff in the background, and you're riding a slip aim. I mean, like, really riding a slip aim is incredibly beautiful when you get to experience it outside of advertisement, when it's really happening and you're just looking at the data going, holy moly, because all these ECU brands have all this great advertising, right? And they've got endorsers and this and that. Like, it's a market. So they treat it like a market, where the Motec is just like, yeah, we got the best shit. If you want to buy it, buy it. If not, like, that's okay too. But it really is it's an awesome product. It's an awesome product.
It's like, when they're not drumming to get you to buy it, they don't need to sell it to you.
Right.
They'd rather get a quality customer than bad customers is a whole podcast series I would love to go over, but it's a touchy subject for shops to answer, but it makes everybody laugh when I mention it, just like you, because it's serious.
You want to help people.
What's that?
You want to help people.
Yeah.
You want, like, when some guy comes to you and he has a dream, like, I'm very respectful. Like, that's his dream. If I can be a part of that and everyone wins, like, that's a good idea. But when they have a dream that isn't going to come true, and it going into it because you have the experience to have been in his shoes, that's kind of a sticky thing to deliver, because sometimes they don't want to hear it.
Well, yeah, I don't know, like when things happen that they should know will happen, or if the car, like, they want a giant cam and a stock converter and like a CTSV, and it just wants to auto drive, and then they're like, well, you're terrible because some XYZ tuner that's does street tunes for $100 says he can make it work, so why can't you? And then they want to do chargebacks, and then they want to yell in your just stuff like that is what I'm insinuating.
Yeah. But you have to one of the things that Real Street's done a good job with is trying to educate the customers. And even if they just know a little bit more before they go to make the purchase, they're probably in a better position, because what that guy needed with the CTSV is to be sat down and say, cam overlap is mechanical. Like, if you do this, you will get that. You can't fix it with a keyboard because the engine has more air going through it than it's pumping, and it's just grossly inefficient at low speed because of cam overlap, But you needed to get to that guy before he came to you and expected you to fix it with a laptop.
Yeah. Well, what was that? Sorry, doing like three things. I don't mean to. What was that? I call it managing expectations also, because people want their cake and they want tiramisu and then they want chocolate vanilla twist, and then what they can only do is get one ice cream. So
Right.
they don't understand that. And then when you tell them, they think you're trying to, I don't know, whatever it is. But that leads us to a good non-serious question. Is one guy asks this all the time. He goes, "Can we get your preferred pizza and ice cream flavors?"
Man, my wife is pretty strict with my health because she wants me to not die soon. So we don't eat a lot of pizza. But if you're in Central Florida, there's a place in Castleberry called Anthony's Pizza, and they have like this ricotta meatball. Oh man, it's heavenly. It is like if I'm driving, if I have any reason to go to that side of town, I'm stopping in. And then ice cream, I just gave it up. I was I would eat ice cream like just a lonely cat lady. I would get a thing and I would go home and I would just eat it. And I'm like, if I finish it now, I don't have to do it tomorrow.
Oh,
And it
man.
was like the easiest 10 pounds I knocked off as I just stopped, I just stopped eating that, and it's okay. Yeah. So I don't know if I had a favorite ice cream. It would have to be some Ben and Jerry's. I mean, I'd probably fall into some Ben and Jerry's if I had a relapse, but for now I've quit.
One of my buddies here that I've gotten to know pretty well is the Nelsons, and right now they are like paving the path with the 4200 Atlas inline six-cylinder Trailblazer engine.
What year?
They would have to tell me, but it's like right when the other Atlas engine is the five-cylinder from the Colorados and the H3, yep. And then a lot of the Trailblazers have this 4200, and people are like, it's fragile and it's no good at making horsepower and whatever. And they just recently hit 600 to the tire through an auto with a completely stock one, cams, valve springs, everything. And they only stopped because 600 was the goal for now to see how. So they've learned a lot about the platform. And he recently did a video. Oh, he says 02 to 09 Atlas.
Okay.
And then he recently got I think there's a non-VVT and a VVT head. And he recently set up his ECU to change the cam angle. And then interesting stuff he was finding is different cam angle helped at different amounts of boost.
Well, that's turbine dependent, right?
Well, I don't know if you found that out.
Right, but you're if you can kind of illustrate it through in your head of how the airflow happens in the engine, then the pressure ratio and the cam timing are going to travel together, right? So if you can move the cam and you don't have a lot of exhaust back pressure, then that's that gain. But you can move the cam if you have a bunch of exhaust back pressure, and if it doesn't have if it can't pick up the airflow because it can't move the air through the engine, then that's that disappointing gain. So I would say that it changing with boost level is, if he starts to correlate the compressor speed and the back pressure along with cam angle, he'll have data pretty quick.
So I might be butchering it on them, but he did a video where he shows like back pressure and a lot of other stuff. And I would say that his question is, have you heard of it? What do you think about it? Would you ever think about slapping a turbo on one?
I guess it depends on what wrapper it was going into. I'd have a real hard time putting a 2JZ in like a 67 Nova, but I could easily see using a modern six-cylinder for that because the early six-cylinders, terrible airflow. So yeah, turbochargers have made it so easy that, a lot of these engines are starting off with 300 plus horsepower. You put a decent sized turbocharger on it, and 600 or 800 horsepower just coughs out of it. And as far as the newer castings and things being weak, like those modern BMW castings are pretty tinny and they seem to cope fairly well. So, it's just what we have. It's what we have access to, and turbochargers are super forgiving.
And then, well, this one, I probably know the answer to this, being how humble you are with all these questions and answers. But Squirrel Tuned, a buddy of mine named Jack Roberts, and he says, I'm curious if Jay feels like he learns new things all the time related to tuning. I know I do.
Um, I think since I guess I have to go back to the Motec. Since I started using the Motec as the primary, there was more of a an understanding that came to. But as far as like learning new things, that 6R80 is going to be heavy lifting. That's going to be a really neat project to really dive into. As far as like calibrating a a regular turbocharged engine, I think I got a pretty good handle on it. Because with the Motec, you have so much data that you can just go home and geek out and come back to work the next day with a bunch of solutions. Versus when you deal with muddy data systems, there's more what ifs. Like, was it knock? Well, I mean, the Motec will tell you, yeah, it was knock on this cylinder. This is what you did about it. Like, there's all this fun stuff with it that I think a lot of systems advertise but don't have a super good execution.
Oh, this is.
But I will add, what I'm most interested in learning about is the heat mitigation. The keeping the parts alive, like the stuff at Bonneville, the heat mitigation part is really interesting, and how that the tune-up that's in the car at Bonneville, it's just above the threshold that it will misfire. That's how you run the engine, because you can't keep it cool. If we could get it, with more water pressure and water flow through the engine, what if we could run 4 or 5 more degrees of timing in it where the thing's actually pretty happy? Like, not have to run it at 7.2 lambda, like, it would be way happier. So most of the, I guess the desires I have to learn more about tuning are in heat management.
Where is the next one? Oh, Japanese OEM engineering or German? What do you prefer? What do you think is better or worse?
I think that you can't take anything away from the Germans, because the amount of technology that leaked out of that relatively small place and was used as a platform to build on and or copy, depending on how you want to word it. The German stuff is really impressive. I mean, like that old L series engine that Datsun did, like, it had too many ties to the German engines to say that they weren't looking closely at one another. And my old school machinist guy in town that helps whenever I got some weird, if I have a weird engine, I bring it to him, because he just knows everything about weird stuff. He always would just say, like, this is just a rip off of that Mercedes-Benz engine. When he saw the 2JZ, in his opinion, it was just a rip off of the Benz engine. So I would say the German stuff has always been the leading technology.
That's neat to know that they push it, so people might think it's not great because they're doing everything in its infancy, and then when it gets ironed, people use it and they're kind of hailed for doing the best job because someone did the legwork.
Yeah, there's a lot of some of those valve control systems that the German cars are using, like, it's wild. It's wild for a passenger car. Really expensive to fix as it ages, but as far as, a brand new car, brand new tech, that stuff's hard to beat.
Which one? I wanted to ask one that was here. Oh, this is a good one. It's like retrospective. So it says, like, knowing your past self, what would you like to punch yourself in the face for? Like something you did that was awful, or obviously, let
me assure you that there's a long list of things that I've beat myself up over for a number of years. And I've the past couple of years, I've finally gotten to the point where it's all just a dance. And I don't think I have anything really. Maybe just not valuing good mentors, you know, because you get wrapped up in doing whatever it is you're doing. And if you're a doer, if you're like addicted to doing, like you can get pretty lost in your own space. And if you don't have good mentors, a lot of time can go by without any real improvement of your life. So I think the one thing that I definitely, if I was going to punch myself in the face over something, it would be not understanding the value of good mentors at an earlier age.
So you would say whatever bad stuff happened led to good stuff. So it's just a back and forth. There really isn't anything
Yeah,
off. I just wanted to
I
make sure I
could,
got what you were saying.
yeah, I could probably unload a bunch of stuff that is heavy stuff or was once heavy stuff. But at this point in my life, it's just stuff. And the time to spend kicking that can around versus having a good time, it's just like, just you gotta move on.
Being in Florida, do you ever come across crocs near the shop? I think you guys have alligators more than crocodiles. Not to be a
Sticky
jerk.
subject. Those things are straight up dinosaurs, and you should not trust them or get near them. We have a retention pond near the shop, and there's an alligator in it. And when you start asking how did it get there, like those things go places. And where we are moving to, where me and my family are moving to, there's alligators. And like you walk out back, and there's this 4 foot adolescent, pre-adolescent gator, and you're like, you're a problem. And there's one that is it's the thing's got to be over 3 feet wide, and it puts its back up out of the water, and you're like, well, that'll just eat you. Terrible death. Yeah, those things are nasty animals. I'd rather deal with a bear or something that you can at least see coming or hear coming, because those alligators are highly effective when they want to eat.
Oh, I wanted to toss in Calvin with the 4200 stuff. He also threw in here that I missed. He says, are there any pro tips from the 2JZ that may be applicable to the 4200, like inline 6-cylinder specific things across the board that he could take away?
Well, the vibration that the engine creates is going to be different with the weight of the crank and the stroke of the crank, and if you're not detonating the engine, and you want to make a bunch of power, I would say there probably is an ideal stroke to be looking at. Like there's engines that will shake the flywheel loose, and you're not detonating it. It's just what happens to that harmonic. So I'd have to know a little bit more about the engine. But it's a long engine, so you're going to want to monitor the water flow across the engine. Like with the JZ, it wants to cook number 6 out of it because it doesn't have that water pressure. It doesn't have the water isn't flowing past that cylinder because they are Siamese bore blocks. It's just like the deadhead of the heat sitting back there, and it cooks number 6 out of it. So, you're going to want to look closely at how the water flows through the engine, and just don't get greedy with compression, and don't get greedy with timing, and you should have a pretty good time. I mean, 4.2 liters is a pretty big engine. So I would start off with something like a 6870 and have some fun with it.
I think right now
Especially if it's got a moving camshaft. If it's got a moving camshaft, 6870 would be pretty magical on that thing.
he says they have a 4-inch stroke and a 93 millimeter bore, if that means anything.
So he's not going to turn it. 8,000 will probably be his tops.
Yeah, I don't think he goes much over 6 right now because people say they have vibration issues, but he has found most of that is the stock balancer, so he has a balancer for it. He says 406-inch bore spacing, but yeah, I don't think he's going to go crazy at all with RPM.
Yeah, if you don't go crazy with RPM, it's not going to try to shake stuff off of it. But like, if you have a problem with the balancer, then you'd want to ask, like, what is the crank weigh? Because the OEMs are so conscious of the raw material input that if you can save a couple pounds of material here and there over 100,000 units, they're going to do that. So you get into these light cranks that really need attention to dampening because they're not heavy enough to absorb the input.
Yeah.
Like it's a big, how does a big hammer sound when you hit something with it versus how does a small hammer sound? Like those parts have to absorb all that.
Dampens it.
Racket.
That's funny because the way you started, I thought to myself, less material, so they made like the counterbalances smaller instead of larger to effectively do it. But what you're saying is they actually made it lighter, and that makes it harder for the engine to be balanced or not.
Well,
whatever.
it's they're following a prescribed workload, and what we're trying to do is make 2 or 3 times that amount of power.
Yeah.
So we've taken the part and we've moved it out of its engineering, and then we have to start to sort problems, But if you keep the engine speed low, like don't rattle it, it's probably. I mean that's a lot of stroke. That thing will be a very responsive engine. That would be a great like it would be how the Aussies love that Barra engine. It sounds like a better Barra because the Barra cylinder head is pretty small.
Yeah, he says 7,500 max. It has super thick journals and a 2.232 rod.
Yeah, it's like small block 4-ish, 2.2. Yeah, you get into rod bearing widths and oiling. Like I'm sure you could take an engine like that and make well over 1,000 horsepower if you just applied all the right stuff. You get the oiling sorted on it, you get enough turbocharger on it, you get the camshafts up. Like, I mean, 1,000 is so. I think I saw a video the other day. These guys have made like 600 horsepower with a Ford 300 inline 6, and it's like
garbage cans. So how did they do that?
Yeah. I mean, just a terrible cylinder head design, So I don't know. Turbochargers really make it easy.
This is my buddy Chris asked. He says, "Has Jay worked with any other high-end standalones like Bosch or Cyvex?"
Nope. I once put Cyvex software on my computer, and I opened it up, and it felt like back in the chip tuning days, and I just closed it because, for me, what I have to ask myself is what's the best case scenario. Like, if you have a piston manufacturer that you enjoy working with, and they always give you a good part, like, what do you stand to gain by going to a different piston manufacturer? So, for me, what would I stand to gain going to another system? The Bosch has very little to no affordable customization, and the Cyvex is a pulse width based box, which I would rather have a VE box. Now the Cyvex is I have a couple of friends that really like Cyvex, and I don't have anything bad to say. I'd rather it be a VE box, but what do I stand to gain moving away from the Motec? Like the Motec is so good that you can, especially with how well Motec USA is doing, that if you want something, you can just get it. And if you want to learn to write it yourself, you can do that too. There's a lot of guys in the country that are using the M build software, and they're using a base amount of information. Like it's a 36-2 trigger. Like all the trigger data stuff is sorted. You don't have to figure that out, right? But you could say, I want to have this style of traction control or this style of boost control, or I want to run the engine this way. I want to do torque management. Like you could just write all that stuff in. There's a host of guys in the States that are writing their own packages. I guess it's an open source. It's an open source deal, but it's a professional grade open source deal at that point.
That's what I guess I don't know enough about it to know. I guess I have to download it and look at something if it's easy enough.
Yeah, it's neat stuff. It's really searchable, and the way that they've wrote the software is you could be one set of keystrokes and I could be a different set of keystrokes, and we both can go out the software our own way and get to the same place.
Oh, okay.
Versus when most computer systems have their own language, like that engineer that did that software, he did it the way he did it, and everyone else just followed what he did. Versus the Motec seems like different minds can work through it and get to the same goal pretty quickly, because I've watched other people use the software, and I'll be like, I didn't know you can get there from there, because I always come at it from the left. They would come at it from the right, and you're there either way. Like, it's a really sorted product.
I'm very interested in it now with all you say about it. Okay, this is a few, so maybe we will only read one or two. It says, why are imports better than domestic vehicles? And I just think you're probably not gonna, it's a use case and other things, right?
Oh, what do you want? I mean, do you like...
Both are fun.
Yeah, like you there's no answer there. Do you want chicken? Do you want steak? Do you want blondes? Do you want brunettes? Like what are you into? Like,
Yeah.
what is appealing to you? So for me, it's mostly just cars. I'm just into cars. Like, there's some real weird cars I'd love to own. And I don't even look at them as an import or domestic. It's like, do I want that? Would I enjoy that? Would I, what does that car drive like? Like, a lot of times it's just like, what does that car drive like? How does it run? Where I'm not really stuck on a badge. I grew up a Ford guy, but that's just dumb to think of it that way. I just a car guy.
That's why you can tell when someone's brand loyal, and I have a slightly less respect for them, because I'm like, you're discounting a lot of things that are awesome because for some way, somehow, you have gotten into a religion with a vehicle and a company that knows nothing about you and doesn't care about you.
Right.
You should not do that.
It's super common, though. Super common.
And then his other one says, what fuels your passion for cars and racing?
I've just never been into anything else. When I was a kid, it was just cars. Like, there was a few. I was just into cars. Like, there just wasn't anything else.
And then, what was your first race car? I think all these are great. That's why I'm going over all of his questions.
First race car. I don't know. I mean, I was a kid, so it's like I was racing whenever I could get behind the wheel. But a Fox Body Mustang would be the first thing. I went to the track and made improvements and saw an ET change. So I would say that was the first, like, anything semi-serious.
What's your current daily driver? That's always a good question when it comes up.
So 2020 Honda Civic Si.
Nice.
And before that, I had a 12 Si.
Wow. So you just like those, however they do it.
Man, they're hard to beat. I feel bad for these kids that don't understand what they're losing with the Si as it goes away, because like 20 was the last year for it.
Oh, really?
And it's really been a really fun car. Like, they're just, good seats, good audio, good headlights, killer mileage. You could chirp third gear on 87 octane. Like, it's just a good little car.
It ticks a lot of boxes easily and inexpensively.
Yep.
This is one, I'm going to ask this right away, because this guy asked this, and it's always something I don't know enough about but want to discount. And the more I get older, I realize I should ask before I be a jerk about stuff. But usually me being a jerk warrants me learning a lot. So is it good or bad? I don't know. But what is your preferred ethanol fuel type, like Ignite or VE or a VP or 1-ethanol? I already know this because you say it in all your videos.
It would be the 1-ethanol, but the mainly because the people in the company, like, you get to the point where there's just like money is trading hands in and out of your life, right? So what are the people you're dealing with like? Are they good people? Can you count on them? Do they do what they say they're going to do? Do they are they good men? And like that group of people that's behind that 1-ethanol brand, they're just really a killer set of people. and for me that was, I was interested in the product, and then we did a lot of beta testing for them and blend testing and all this stuff. That was a few years ago, but whenever I got to meet the players, like they're just really good guys. So they've that's where my loyalty is with that brand.
Where is Real Street going in the future, or where would you like to see it go? I guess either question.
It's definitely not the same place it was when we started, and it's really good. I've spent a lot of time thinking about that, because like you think about the next 10 years of your life, and I'll be 50 something years old, and like the course is changing. But I think that as long as there's not like a major change in the way currency is managed, as far as like the US currency, I think Real Street will continue to grow, because the people that are inside the company now, they're just really, really great people. We've got a really great set of people here. Like I never, I grew up in a small business that was always like one shit fire after another, so to be in a company that everyone is just so good, and they care about the company, they care about the customers, they care about the outcomes. Like I think that company is super, super awesome.
Someone said someone needs to make Matt a sign that says Struggle Street that looks just like the Real Street sign. So this is a magnet, and then on the staircase near my dyno, someone made Real Street signs that are reflective and all, and it says Broken Dreams Boulevard, and says Struggle Street, and then the other one says something else. I can't even remember it right now, so I just wanted to show people.
That's awesome.
It already exists.
When's the last time you blew something up?
Oh man, I have to think. Like catastrophic engine failure, or just anything?
Catastrophic engine failure.
Oh, because I was going to say I tossed like 6 drive shafts a year, so I recently did one of those. But, one of the most recent I can remember was I did the 8s for 8 car, and it ended up being a bad coil pack, because I'm like, man, it's been a while since I hurt something. I'm usually what I think is fairly conservative, and I made a hit on that car, and it shot a potato chip sized piece of the head gasket out and just vented all the coolant. And I'm like, I probably look like an asshole, but why did that happen? Like, right. I put a pretty soft tune-up in, so why did it came up, it made like 750, went bop, and just shot all the coolant out. I'm like, okay. Because what I was trying to do was go 8s with a Gen 3 4.8 with paper head gaskets, like the crappiest version of all of those engines, and hang it out. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, okay, well maybe, I've never pushed a paper head gasket car this far, maybe that was it. So I put a steel gasket in it, and it TNT'd the cylinder. Like, it just turned it into powder. And I'm like, man, that never happens. What the hell? And then it did it like it did the head gasket, and then it TNT'd the cylinder, and then it TNT'd it again. And all I was doing is swapping injectors and everything. And then I knew that those D585 coil packs from Chevy, the auto fire heat sink tops,
yeah.
Like if they feel offended, they fire, and that can be...
Yeah, if you overdwell them, they just cough it up.
Someone was saying amperage, they can get pissed, or dwell, and then when they get older, they can auto fire at lower dwells, and so that's what was happening. Because all I did was I took the coil pack rack off of it was number 1. So I literally did nothing else but swapped that coil packs. Because what I would do is I take it apart and lay everything out and put it all back in. That's one way I do stuff. So I was putting the same rack on the same side every time. And I did a coil pack, and we went 8s the next time we went to the track. So, that's cool. Yeah, that one was pretty catastrophic. Sometimes, like, questions like this, I'm terrible verbatim. Because if I think, like, it blocks it all out. I'm trying to think of the last one I really vented good. I've done it a bunch of times. Like I always say to people, I'm like, if it's going to come apart, it's going to come apart. It's usually not. My first couple hits, a lot of times people are almost crying because I have like no ignition in it, and I highlighted everything up in boost and whacked it with 25%. I'm like, I'm assuming this is going to blow soot and not want to accelerate just to make sure a bunch of things. And then they're like, oh, they have like an 80 millimeter 6-liter turbo LS and it makes like 360 horsepower. I'm like, all I wanted to see was all of the things work. But man, I don't know. A lot of it's the drive shaft stuff anymore. People don't have, if it's a leaf spring car and they don't have a way to arrest the spring, or however you would say that, and it'll axle wrap and it puts the thing terminal. One of them was fantastic. I should just that's like the bet. I'll tell you the best failure, not the last failure. I certainly had a bunch, but that one was awesome. So it was an S10 turbo LS, and it had nothing. It had like a monoleaf or a split monoleaf or whatever, with nothing holding it from wrapping. And with a certain amount of power, it made decent power. But then as I increased the power, it took the U-joint apart. And then what it did was it baseball batted the floor so hard that it split the transmission case end to end. And it split the transmission case so hard that it split the block on the left side into the oil galley. And then it sprayed the hot oil on the turbo kit and set fire to the engine bay. And once we got that under control, he had the battery in the back, in the bed of the S10. It V'd like this, and we couldn't even get the drive shaft out from underneath. We had to jack the thing up to move the drive shaft, but it hit the battery box, and it exploded the battery, and we found one of the terminals up on the mezzanine. So,
holy moly.
It sheared the pinion U-joint. It didn't just break the U-joint, it sheared the pinion off. So it broke, and it probably broke the rear. Like something in the rear everything else broke. So I'm like, man, end to end, this car shattered. And what's kind of the silver lining there is that would have happened at the track.
Yeah.
So he would have egged that thing apart. But it's funny to tell people now, like, I'm like, your axle's moving a lot, or it doesn't have any, it's a leaf spring car with no, and they're like, oh, whatever. I'm like, classically, you gentlemen that say whatever happens, happens, haven't felt the pain.
No.
Because people often bring me, mostly I would say it's transmissions. I think I'm pretty good, I got a good handle on, it's either, like I keep saying, it's oil pressure issue or something mechanical, or it starts making noise and I stop, or I just melt someone's high gear out of their trans. Because people do like a 4L60E turbo 1500, and I'm like, we're going to go through high gear on unloaded pulls, in a couple pulls, and I don't want to push this on your trailer. So,
right.
So a lot of it's, I would say, transmission, and sometimes people bring me a car that's already overheating bad, and like it'll just be boiling the whole time, and I'm like, we're wasting all of your time trying to make this cool.
Right.
So I can't remember the last rods out.
That drive shaft sounds pretty awesome.
That was just end to end.
Oh man.
I mean, it's terrible, but in retrospect, it's awesome. It was incredible, that amount of damage.
Yeah, I remember there'd be customers that came in with 05 Mustangs when the 05s came out, and they would break a drive shaft and they would break the trans in the block. You know, it's like, and you have to tell the customer, like, this is like, you know, you've got a serious problem on your hands, and you know, just drive shaft broke, and then rip the ears off the block in the process. You know, it's a bad deal.
Oh yeah, and then I had an F-150, like a 2020 F-150, recently break the drive shaft, and it hit the plastic gas tank and just bent the hell out of it. So that stuff's scary too. And then like my buddy Cameron Vick is in here now. He builds transmissions, and people will break an axle or something, and then they never take the tranny apart. And as he explains, it'll all, like 99% of the time, hurt the tranny. And then people don't respect that, and then they take the car back out when they fix the diff, and then they burn the tranny up in like 2, 3, 4. He's like, it may not happen soon, but you, he'll probably explain it.
Well, yeah, it's easy to that energy went somewhere, right? And it went up the drive line. The stuff doesn't forget. It may not burn you that day, but it doesn't forget what happened to it. That's why, like, there's guys that they won't reuse a crank if it's lost a rod, Like there's people that won't reuse stuff if it's seen high levels of shock because it's traumatized.
He says direct drum through the floor. A lot of those, he explained to me, a lot of those failures, it just like locks up or overspins the one drum and just slings it like a high-powered overspin the direct drum while the low sprag breaks from the drive shaft axle brake. I'll let him explain it. I don't care to know anything about transmissions. I know too many people that are
never been interested in them.
I know too many people that are good at it, and I'm like, thanks. You did an incredible job. I don't need to know anything else.
Right.
Would you favor... Oh, in terms of keeping a stock bottom end motor alive, would you favor MBT ignition timing and less boost pressure, or less timing and more boost pressure, and why? That's a good question. I have my own thoughts.
So, how are you mitigating air inlet temp, and how good is that information? Because like as the boost pressure goes up, then the back pressure goes up, so then you're trapping more heat in the engine. I think what's really neat about turbo engines is if you have tuned a fair share of them, there's definitely a sweet spot where they don't need a lot of lead and they don't make a lot of back pressure, and that's the best place for that to live. But you need to know, like, what's the power goal, what's the displacement, what's the turbine flow, and then you can start to draw that out. I would say that nothing should be really tuned for an optimized spark when it's got a aftermarket forced induction approach, because then you don't have room for error. If you're on the dyno and you've tuned it for the max spark, you put another degree in it, it does nothing or rattles. Where's your safety margin? Versus coming down a little bit and having a decent safety margin. Because if you're running the engine on gasoline, at least it rattles well. At least it has audible knock to be heard. When you're running the engine on ethanol or methanol, its cries are muffled because of the cylinder volume. The fuel volume in the cylinders is a muffler of its own. It changes the way that the cylinder rings, so they die a different death. But in neither approach should you be edging up on what the engine will tolerate for timing. Like, you probably don't have enough money to take that approach because you're going to break stuff. You've got to have margin for error. So how much power, how much turbocharger, how big is the engine? And then you can kind of formulate a better plan.
Yeah, I would say it's relative. Again, I feel like a lot of the questions people have, like you say, it's not understanding all of it. So I almost want to give these people like a weird knee-jerk reaction, but I'm hoping I matured more than that over the years. But
so let's go back to that guy's question for a second.
Well, like you said to him,
is he mature enough to stay there? Because he has a turbocharger. If that thing's got 14 pounds of boost in it this week, it's going to have 16 in it in a month. So you'll have to, if you're really going to stay somewhere, you're talking about like an OEM level approach where you're going to optimize a pressure ratio across the engine and optimize a spark map for it. That's a pretty neat approach. And then I would tend to say you'd probably have a little bit higher compression ratio. You'd probably have a little bit less boost pressure, and you'd have a more efficient engine as a whole, which is kind of how the OEMs are handling it now. If you think about OEM turbocharging, like when the Evo came out, it was low compression or DSM. I mean, you could buy a stock DSM and wire the wastegate shut and it doesn't blow up because it's got a really low compression ratio, so it doesn't want to knock, and it had enough fuel to cover for it. And a lot of people enjoyed their DSMs with a piece of wire holding the wastegate closed.
Carburetor return springs on Supras.
Yeah. So it just, what's your threshold of pain, I guess, when it comes to boost and timing? There's always more to be had, but the more doesn't last as long.
Well, I would say I look for like a delta or diminishing gain. That's the way I do it. My buddy Chris said the same thing. Like when I set them up, so say obviously you want to get a certain amount of boost in that's not blowing hot air, and then you want to see like a percentage gain, or like say it's 25 horsepower per pound. There's some point where that's going to go right to 19 and then right to 8.
Well, so I got the luxury of learning with Geo, and I would just read the engine parts. So if I put when I was doing, I came in on a Saturday with my Toyota, and I was gonna rattle the knock sensors. It's what I was after, you know. So typically, let's say that car has on pump gas about 18 psi, and it's available from say 4,500 to 8,000, and I would run it at 12 degrees at 4,000, and it would taper up to say 16 degrees at 8,000, and it would make a certain power level, and that engine will live that way. And I go, well, it's time to make it knock. Let's give it to it. So I go from 4,000 to 8,000. I throw 20 in the whole map, and I make a run. It doesn't rattle. Well, if I take it out and beat on it on the street, it will rattle. It will in high gear under sustained load. It's going to rattle. But if I move that lambda from say 0.75 to 0.83, instantly thing is ringing like a bell. Like it just would light up and knock, because it would just lose control of itself very quickly. So there's definitely different ways to tune the engine. You could leave the engine. There's guys that'll run the engines rich with a lot of lead. There's guys that'll run the engine at a respectable mixture and a respectable timing level, and those engines will run the same at the racetrack. You know, what you have to do is you have to run the engine for a while and take it apart and look at the pins and look at the rod bearings, and then you could say like, it's got too much lead in it, you know. But as long as it's rich enough that it doesn't just lose control of itself and blow up, you know, you can have a range of timing and get to the same end game as far as an ET or horsepower number. But you got to be careful in a dyno, because the dynos are over pretty quickly. If you get into a steady state dyno that you can have, say, let's say that when you make a pass at the quarter mile and it's 7 seconds to get through, you know, this pass, right? Well, if you could load it that much on a dyno, you don't have the cooling to really do that, especially stationary, because you don't have the airflow. So, you know, you have to find out what it likes on the dyno and then back it down a couple degrees and let it live.
Yeah, then maybe, like you said, if you want to edge it up at the end of the year or whatever. So that's where like we would differ greatly, because I have a way that I do it, and then that's it. And here's a funny story. Like when I first got into tuning a little bit on my own, I was on the Turbo forums. I
remember this.
I learned so much, and one of the
things that was a neat forum.
One of the things I learned, man, I went in there and I was like, how do I know how much timing to put into this engine? And the first reply, a guy says, well, you got to take it apart and measure the squish. Like similar to what you're saying, you're so far into you already know what it likes and everything else, but you're learning what beats up the parts. So what this guy meant, he was a Top Fuel guy. And he's like, and after I asked, like he would keep elaborating, but it was a funny way to teach me. But slowly, he wanted to make sure I knew what I was looking at. And he's like, you take the wrist pin out and you put it in your jig and you spin it with the dial indicator. And the farther you're bending this wrist pin that's extremely strong, you take some timing out. And literally, his data meant nothing, because it was a Top Fuel car that would wreck everything. So each day he'd be like, we're really smashing the wrist pin. We need to back it out this day. Like that's all. The only measurement that mattered to him was how much it was crushing a wrist pin.
I've, you know, with our white car, the last couple 100 horsepower, I've started to close the small end of the rod up. You know, before I could run a set of aluminum rods and just be like, well, they're 2.5 at room temp, and you run it for a while and they're 2.5 at room temp. And then there's like 1.7, 1.6 at room temp. And it's like the rod is closing up. Well, in that last, you know, couple 100 horsepower was this gross IAT that came along with it. The thing's rattling a little bit, right? It's not rattling enough that it blows up. It's not rattling enough that it's rich enough that it's not going to torch. But what it needs is less IAT, because on that long run, it just starts to eat. And there's guys that the wrist pen in the top fuel card, yeah, it blows up all the time. But there's a lot to be learned in just how the parts live. That's why the OEs get away with so much with such light parts, is they're not rattling the engines.
Yeah, that's all. So I thought that was funny, being a total noob, and he's like, take your wrist pin out and measure the, between tuning sessions. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, okay, that's a different level than what I was asking, but thanks. Where was the good one I wanted to go over here? There was a good one here. Oh, what's your favorite engine and why? Tough. Probably
The
do.
Offenhauser would be my favorite engine.
What is that?
It's like this thing that happened that everybody just swept under the rug. It's a really so these guys in like the 30s had access to this small displacement French engine, and they just made it bigger, and it got as big as like 270 inches, and it didn't have a head gasket, and it won at Indy for like 50 years with boost. And it has cam towers and bucket valve train and like a gear driven timing system. Like it's the baddest racing engine ever built. So that, I believe, would be, if any of you guys are like in the car stuff and you want to enjoy reading or still enjoy reading, pick up a book on the Offenhauser. It's a super badass engine.
I wrote it down because I don't know anything about it, and I don't like that.
Yeah, no, I've never heard one running in person, but I've seen them before at the Peterson, and it's a really, like, when you look at the clutch basket and you think like all this technology that just went dormant for decades and decades and decades, and then we want to pat ourselves on the back for doing whatever it is we're doing now, when we basically had this blueprint of how to build a phenomenal racing engine, pre-World War II.
What do you think about direct injection?
I think it's really cool. It obviously has its limitations, and I think if you're going to make any power, you've got to have both port and direct injection. It's interesting to look at the lambda on a DI engine versus a port engine. You've got to run a lot more fuel through a port engine to keep it from burning up, which dives into the flame propaganda and how that cylinder manages heat. And then with a DI engine, because the fuel is not washing on the walls the way it is in the port engine, you could argue that you could have less oil consumption and a more efficient engine, because you're not washing away that ring seal. It's like, they're neat. They're noisy. They're here. You're gonna have to deal with them.
It's already here. It doesn't matter what you like about it or not.
Yeah, it's happening. So I would take both if I could. If you said, well, what's your preference, I would want an engine that was port and DI.
That's a lot of them are. Well, they've realized that to have any performance, it needs port. So a lot of stuff is both. Like I found out, like, a lot of the newer Mustangs are both, and then my wife has an RS3, and that's both. A bunch of stuff is both.
Yeah, those little BRZs, the FRS BRZ thing is both. They'll run, if you pay attention to them at idle. They'll turn the DI off and on. You can hear them because they'll still cycle them. Yeah, that's a pretty neat little engine.
About your billet block platform. How did the billet block platform help the 2JZ platform, and do you think you'll see billet heads in the future?
Well, exclude access to proper castings first. You say we cannot have a better iron casting, so we must do something. That something's going to be billet. For us, it was a good improvement because the stock engine just would not keep shape at the deck once we got into the sixes. You'd make 5 or 6 passes, it would start to make coolant pressure, and that's what you had. And you take it apart, and the thing just needed a couple thousandths worth of material cut off the deck because engines move when they're being used. So the billet engine, with the way that the sleeves were done and stuff, it solved a problem for me. Billet cylinder heads, yeah, they're here. They're bouncing around quietly. There's guys working on them. I mean, I guess it's less appealing to me because then it becomes just strictly a race car. If you can't run water through it, my interest goes down quite a bit because it just limits the places you can enjoy it. But yeah, the billet stuff's here. It's good. The manufacturing process from idea to a part in your hand that you can run on an engine, the billet stuff is extremely awesome versus having to go through the expense and engineering of casting. And you could go, you could be 300 grand into a casting project and it'd be a flop. Like a billet engine, you could just get it done. It's fairly low cost. And it's a neat asset for a race car for sure.
This is a good one. On the subject of head gaskets, going from an MLS to a copper or fire ring or Athena style, pros, cons, etc. Actually, what I would like an answer to is, what is Athena style? I don't even know. I hear people tossing around the Athena head gasket thing, but what even is it?
It's not new. None of this stuff is new. All this stuff is decades old. It just comes back or is migrating through different communities. Athena is like a cut ring. So the surface of the ring is like this, like serrated. And they generally have it around some sort of paper type gasket. And depending on the hardness of the cylinder head, it may or may not bite in. But the copper, the fire ring, the cut ring, or Athena, however you want to call it, they all suffer the same shortcoming, and that is like the engine is going to move. So a MLS gasket will give you 3/1000ths or so of spring memory of movement as the parts are shifting around, versus the other rings are just solid, but they both have their place. If you have an engine that doesn't move around a lot on itself, the fire ring stuff is really tough. It really works well, but you've got to have everything super flat because it has no memory. It just does its job. It's a very kind of a dumb approach, versus the MLS gasket allows for some spring. And the coppers are soft, so you can tear a copper up sometimes, kind of like you'd tear a paper up, and not have to blow. You don't have a blowtorch going on. Where MLS is generally blowtorch time.
I've done it.
Yeah, that's super destructive.
I've actually torched a cylinder head out, emptied my block, and then drove it home laughing. Put another different cylinder head on it. It had 862s. It was a 5.3. And I had my friend bent a bunch of valves in an LS1 car, so they were 241s. So what I did was took all the valves that were seemingly flat, laughably flat, put them all in one cylinder head, put it on the motor. So it had 2 different cylinder heads. And I used a big file to clear off the block because it had a little bit of, what is an iron block? I'm like, whatever, I slapped it back together and made 7-Eleven with it.
Yeah.
But it's...
there's a lot that can happen with stuff not being ideal. But in those conditions, like, what are you gonna do? Like, you watch a nitrous guy scrub a piston out of his bore and then go win a round.
Yep.
Like, it happens.
I think it's funny. Oh no, just like that learning experience was funny because that's where I learned like if people are a bullshitter or whatever. Because I'm like, I've done this and I videotaped it and I put it on YouTube and like it happened and I have proof of it. Because there's other guys like we call them old heads or boomer or whatever, and they're like, oh well we whatever, and I'm like, what is it? Someone posted a chart on Sloppy. It kills me, and it says the amount of cars that do wheelies versus smartphones because like no one has evidence of it. So like they were all just like my car wheelied. It would wheelie all day.
Right.
And I'm like
Right.
it probably I said, you know what? I bought an Isuzu Amigo for $150, put it in 4 low and second and just smashed the gas in and out and that thing almost flipped over. It would wheelie so high. So you know.
That sounds like a good time. What kind of car is that?
Well, before Sloppy Mechanics got into like tuning and everything, if you look, I've been doing videos since YouTube started in '06. A lot of what we would do is buy, in this area, you could buy cars that were ruined from the salt belt and they wouldn't pass inspection, so people would get rid of them. So I had friends with shops and stuff, and they're like, I got a $150 car here. We don't want to do anything with it, and they knew we would destroy it. So
Right.
also before Cash for Clunkers ruined every cool rear wheel drive car ever, because I had other friends that would work at a dealership, and he'd be like, some old lady here just brought in a 1982 Crown Vic, and we'll give it to you guys for $150. So we would take a car like that and go up, the coal roads aren't far from here. We would go on coal roads and like ramp them and smash them into everything. And then we would take that car back, like with the whole front suspension broken, the bumper dragging, the rad smashed in two, and we would scrap it. We would scrap it for $250 and make money being total assholes with these cars. So, and then we would hook up wet nitrous kits on them. Like I would fill the washer overflow tank with fuel, and we'd stick a fuel pump in it. And we learned how to deadhead like the low pressure pumps into a nitrous kit, and yeah, just total retards.
That sounds like a good time.
It was, yeah. So I bought an Amigo, and it was unstoppable. It was absolutely unstoppable. The whole 4-wheel drive system worked. It was like a go-kart with
Amigo.
a Isuzu Amigo.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about.
They used to have these commercials. Amigo, Amigo. We'd have to look it up on YouTube, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find.
It looks like a bigger Tracker or a Samurai.
Okay, because I'm
soft
thinking
top.
Trooper. I'm thinking Isuzu Trooper.
That's bigger. That's like a Honda Pilot size. This thing
Okay,
is like,
I'll have to look up the Amigo.
it's like a smaller Jeep, in between a Jeep Wrangler and a Samurai.
Okay. Okay.
It had the big ugly spare tire on the back. Yep, my soft top was completely gone, and it would rain. And I would get in it and be like, oh, the seat's not bad. And I'd sit on a towel and be like, I'm going to get a little wet. First stop you'd make, it would just shower you because it would all be sitting on the deck above the rear axle. And I would never remember. And I'm like, oh, yeah, anyway, it would just cover me in. So there's my Isuzu Amigo stories. Where were we now? Oh, here's a good one. I actually like this question. It's do you think 8s for 8 would be possible with a 2JZ or a 1J or whatever?
Um,
You have to sit on that for a little.
the COVID pricing part, like
Well, that
pre-COVID
ruined everything.
pricing?
Yes, do the pre-COVID.
Yeah, yeah, pre-COVID pricing, no problem, because you could just get you could do it really cheap, and you could just have a 2J and a turbo and some camshafts and some sort of cheap GM automatic, like a Power Glide, and stuff all that in an S10 or a G body, and it would just do it.
That's why I was surprised when people were like, when I started doing that, I said to my wife, I said, this is going to make a lot of people mad because I know plenty of people that have spent like 40 grand and they can't get out of like the 960s.
Right.
So obviously that's going to frustrate people, but I think a lot of people can learn from it. And then halfway through the build, I was looking at, this will probably cost $5,300 where I'm at, $5,500. But I knew no one would believe that at all. So halfway through, I started doing like minor upgrades to future-proof it. Like I did a bread box, the NNBS Trailblazer style intake instead of the Gen 3. and like small stuff like that, just to actually increase the price to in the 8,000 range. And I did a whole spreadsheet, and some of it's like ridiculous things for like 50 cents, and I actually was throwing stuff in to get the cost up. But
How many people have followed that recipe?
I don't know for pure drag cars, but the best one I ever did was I called it Project Don't BS Me. And what I would always do is suggest these builds to people, and I'm like, you know what? At some point, I'm telling everybody to do this, and I'm not doing it. So I had my Colorado that made 1076, and I would routinely keep it around 850 wheel, and I set up a boost by mile an hour that I drove around it most of the time. I took that entire combination out and shelved it and showed people like a fresh combo, and it was $3,500 for my Colorado, and then it was $3,500 for the drivetrain, and that includes like a Ford Explorer rear, Moroso patches to weld it in, the turbo, the fuel, the pumps, the manifold, like everything. So it was $3,500 each, and I'm like, you can get a cheaper car than this $3,500, but this truck is so useful. And what I said is I built that combo up to make 500 wheel through an auto, because I said most people, that's a shit your pants have fun forever amount of power. In my opinion, like I said to someone today, everyone wants 850 in a 3,000 pound Fox, but that's total death for a lot of people, and it's harder to get there. The expense is exponential to clear some of these humps. And so a lot of people would copy it, and I would just have pump gas cars making 500 wheel through autos all day. So that's what I did it. And I would say I do like, I don't know if I do 100 anymore, since when my kid was born, I only do like 2 to 3 cars a week. I do like 2 on Sundays and some on Thursday nights, but I would do like 100 cars a year that copied that platform. And all of them were successful. So that was another thing, like the whole don't BS me thing is, you can do it too. You can do this. And I've had, what's always cool about Sloppy and is always motivating and nice to hear is, there were like half of the people are like, my dad's big block, all I know is carburetors from him. We both saw how easy this seems, and we built a C10 with a turbo and whatever, and we just did this. And especially with like Terminator, you can do what's called Game Boy. Did you know that about the new Holly stuff? You can go through a wizard. You can go through a wizard, like drive-by-wire, 4L80E, fuel injection, and you can start it and drive it immediately as long as you're not...
Yeah, no, I've done that with a Sniper. I think it's called a Sniper.
Thing.
Yeah, same thing. Like I have a little setup wizard and it just gets running.
But they have that for the Terminator, can do like Coyote, 5-liter, LS, Dodge, like the new Hemi. And I've had people do a Game Boy tune, or what you can do is you can get one of my custom tunes. I have a tune cabinet, I call it. And I put a lot of tune files on there for these people doing self-builds to help themselves. Because I think for a tuner, it's bad to have those files. But for someone starting, it really is a big foot in the door.
Right.
So these guys, plenty of people would like take my custom tune and just match my inputs, outputs, like a flex sensor or whatever. And then they would, I had one guy load one of my bass tunes with similar map sensor, and everything has to be right, of course. And they did a little bit of street driving, saw the percentages for closed loop weren't bad, went to the track and cracked out a 968. So stuff like that is rewarding. And then the people that are like, my dad and I were just stuffed in carburetors and nothing ever went anywhere and didn't make any real power. And then they have a car that makes 500 through an auto, and they're like, this is terrifying, but it's really cool. And then since it's a turbo car, you can adjust the power. If you put a low enough spring in, you can make it pretty docile. So yeah, all of that. So that would be my most popular copied combo.
That's cool. That's a lot of people that got to have fun off of your engineering.
At least once a week is one of those, or more. Maybe it's everything. And then some people...
Well, it's important you kind of like... You provided a followable path. Yes. You know, that's a big deal.
Yeah. Oh, Techmark just said he copied one of my builds and it went 889 at 151.
That's badass.
And then other people, like, I watch other tuning guys on YouTube, and I've gotten to know Joe Simpson pretty well. And he said a guy had a Don't BS Me clone with $3,000 and it made 773 on his hub dyno.
Man, that's badass.
Because I pick a turbo. I like. I've been working with VS Racing for like 15 years, and he has a turbo. One of my favorites is he has a bunch of different iterations, generations of a 7875, and it's got to be my favorite turbo size because it's good for. And then the billet ones have really good transient response. So you can have a 4.8 that you would think would be lazy to light something like that, and it has great like throttle response. It's more than most people expect for even having a smaller engine. And then other ridiculous things have happened where I have found cheaper camshafts by manufacturers to down to like we call it. What's funny is I use this cam so much, and I've told people to use it that the manufacturer contacted me because they found out they went to PRI, and everyone was running up to the Elgin booth. Do you sell a sloppy stage 2? Blah blah blah. You know, and they're like, as a joke, I called it the sloppy stage 2, and
Right.
they got so involved and loved it so much, the story and everything. I have they sent me a bunch of the catalogs, but the catalogs. So last year I think was their 100th year, and they, in the 100-year catalogs and on, it says it has a little asterisk next to the. It's a Elgin 1840p, and it says look down low, and it says this is a sloppy stage 2 camshaft. They put it in their magazine. So
That's awesome.
crazy stuff like that has happened, and I'm happy that I could. Another thing is, I said a long time ago, I'm giving hot rodding back to the people because one of my, you might have seen it in my intro video. I'm like, it's some sort of dark magic thing that people protect, and it's not really. It's just that, in my experience, people that are secretive don't know how to explain it, or they don't know anything. They can't tell you because it's
Well, they're protecting their income.
well, there's some of them, but when you go to a track like Island and you ask a guy how his carbureted small block goes fast, I can understand, like, in your program, you wouldn't want to hand out tunes. But it's guys that are going 13s with a big block and stuff, and you ask them questions, and they're like, "Oh, this is I can't tell you. It's a secret."
Yeah.
That's
No,
what
the
I'm talking about.
for me it was tuning in the islands and seeing how the information was transferred amongst them on the island and the people that were in control of the information. Um, it just wasn't cool. So that was like kind of the kickoff to the tech tip stuff that we were doing, was just helping those guys, because in America, like, we have so much resource. Like, if you can't figure it out in America, like, maybe you're not going to figure it out. But over in other places, they just don't have the resources aside from YouTube. I mean, YouTube is like a college to a lot of places. So for us, it's normally a place that we heckle each other or feel brave behind a keyboard. But like, the guys that were really not giving the hot rodding back to the people, as you put it, like, they weren't helping anyone, and they were shrinking the whole market because nobody could afford to race. And the guys that were trying to do it themselves, they would just blow their stuff up right away. And this one guy he could be the winner all the time, but the community as a whole was suffering versus growing the community, which works for everyone.
Yeah, and that's Techmark just said this is something I say to people: regurgitating poor information. So people for years, like the small block guys that I like to make fun of. Not all of them are that bad, but I go after them because they're the worst. I think like they do the cam and stock valve springs to go to a car show and have I call it a potato cam.
Yeah,
And so they
yeah,
set their idle at like 450 and have 2 pounds of oil pressure, but it potatoes. So everyone's
right.
like, "Wow, potato, potato." I'm like, it sounds
But
like a
that's that
lawnmower.
era of person.
Yeah. And
That's that
now
era.
people hear like one of my cars with like a 950 idle, and it's like really crazy, like the cadence and and they're like, "Man, what's that idle?" And I'm like, 1,000, and they're like, "Oh, that's insane." And I'm like, "Okay, that's what it likes to be. It makes peak vacuum there, and blah 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 blah." So yeah, I don't know.
Well, it helps when you can move the ignition timing can be moved so quickly that you can you can really make a camshaft behave pretty good nowadays with injection, because you're holding the engine speed solid with the ignition timing moving around, and the overlap of the cam kind of like becomes way more manageable, versus with a carburetor. If you think about how slow a distributor advance works and the carburetor, like, those guys, they just never really had access to the tools to make it really happy, you know.
True.
Versus fuel injection is. I mean, I don't know that I would put a carburetor on something anymore, but I respect the magic. You know, if you have an NA engine, they're hard to beat. But the tuning stuff with drivability and idle and whatnot, the fuel injection is really cool.
Yeah, it crushes it. Oh, someone said here, they tagged me and they said, don't forget you also single-handedly raised the value of Ford Fairmonts. So I've built a lot of Fairmont projects, a lot of them. And I used to get them for like $200, $450 max. And they were clean and they were like old lady owned their whole life. And she died and her kids sold it. They're like, I have this old crappy Ford and I'd buy it. And I'm like, this thing is incredible. And we call it the sloppy tax. When something goes out of stock or gets the price hiked to astronomical. Now, Fairmonts are about 10 times their original price. It's not even, you can buy a really bad, some people are lucky and no one knows about this, and they can get one for like $450 that's clean. But anymore, like people post them, people probably buy them out of some old lady's yard for 400, and they post them on the internet for like $3,000. People buy them.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they're not a bad base, you know, at all to start with. They're pretty light, and you know, an 88 goes into the mile, and
that's what people don't know, because they share the Fox platform. So I would get them because I like crappy, quote unquote, quirky old cars. Like, and then I'm like, this is a perfect chassis because you can buy all these cheap Fox parts that people throw out when they can't finish a build.
Yeah.
And then, you know, I think over time, people, I'm sure there were people that recognized it, but as far as throwing in a turbo LS and doing nothing and making 500 and foot braking a 1040 and driving home worry free, I don't think there's anything better. And not that I hate the word sleeper personally, but I'm like, I just like crappy cars, but I understand that's what I like is the biggest thing is if you have a Fox body and someone sees burnout marks and you're at the stoplight and your car is idling, they're like, it was that guy. Like it's known. So I would have Fairmonts. Like my one Fairmont made 720 wheel, and it foot braked the 968 at 145. And I drove it 2 hours to a track, foot braked the 968 at 145 on a 235 radial. And the only suspension work I had done was 2 kids softballs in the right rear spring, so it would flatten out the bumper. When you would launch it, it was on a stock computer, and then I drove home 2 hours, and I was almost on the same tank of gas. But that car, I could foot brake it at like 75 and annihilate the tires, and I could roll past people, and all they would think that it was smoking because it was an old shitty Ford. I couldn't tell you the amount of times I did it. I mean, there's a bunch of my videos where I do like an 1100 footer and I lift because I can't see. The passenger cabin is completely, my windows are down, but the car is completely filled. And I would go past a cop and they'd be looking for who did it. I have smoke pouring out of every inch of my car. It could not be that guy. Nope.
No, that's pretty cool.
That's how invisible a Ford Fairmont was, and that's what I thought was cool also.
Right on.
Oh, that's a good question. We'll go over that like fairly soon. I'll just ask it now. A guy says, have you ever played with low octane tuning? I've gotten into it recently out of pure interest, and some of it's going pretty good.
So I have what they call like wellhead here. It's like 60 octane. And it's just out of curiosity for knock, but not like I saw that you had that 87 octane dyno tuning session.
Yeah,
like I don't know. It's hard for me to if I was doing more work in the islands, I would have to do it. You know, like I'd have to figure out how to manage, you know, some water methanol and some 87 octane. But I can buy fuel so cheap that I guess I haven't invested the time to know. I haven't done any.
I was going to answer it for you and be like, you do so much performance and everything else that you probably don't mess with it at all. But there's a lot of people on Sloppy that have like a daily-ish driver truck and they're interested in adding some power. And some people, I'm interested in it because some people are like, why would you even do that? But one of those one of those trucks, you can probably run 87 with like a 78, 75 that's capable of 8 and change. You can probably add 200 horsepower and run 87, and then that, I mean, that would be significant in a truck like that. So,
Well, I guess if you were willing to pop the heads off of it and put some big, gross, thick head gaskets, that would probably pay dividends.
you have to
Because
do it.
you're just trying to, you're managing the heat. It's a pretty big chamber, or it's a pretty big cylinder, and it's just if it detonates or when it detonates, then it gets expensive, right? So
It's interesting, like thing just been messing with.
no, it's cool. But we have pump ethanol for $2 and change, so we're super spoiled down here.
Yeah, mine is the same. Until gas went up to insanity recently, ours was like $1.30, and then mostly it hovers around $2. And
That's cool.
but now it's like it's still not that bad. It's $1 less than premium, which is significant.
I think that I think I saw 363 today. Maybe that was the number.
Oh,
Yeah,
for
gas is
premium?
back up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
ours is like almost 4.
yeah. No, it's just the cycle we're in.
Yep. Oh, here
So
I had a good one. I've recently started looking at coolant pressure and pan pressure, like you were talking about vac and stuff. I've never done. I'm interested now that you talked about that because you always have a significant vacuum pump, or like you were saying, how can it be in vacuum unless you're pumping? That's my presumption. But coolant pressure and pan pressure or vacuum is interesting to me, obviously.
yeah, you have to you have to establish a baseline with the coolant pressure, and then if your ECU will do it, like for us, if that thing's got 40 psi of coolant pressure, the run gets aborted, because if it blows a radiator up or blows a hose off of it, then you're ice skating on coolant, and I've done that, and it's not fun. Um, so it's a good safety to have, but you have to have a baseline. And if you try to put like the sensor on the engine, you're just going to get white noise out of it. So I have it on a leash in the radiator. And then as far as the pan vac, it's kind of the same thing. You put the engine together. If the system will maintain vacuum, assuming it's boosted, and you're not on methanol, because on methanol it's really hard to maintain vacuum because the ring seal has changed so much because of the fuel wash. So that was a pretty interesting thing. Like the pan vac between gasoline, ethanol, and methanol, like it changes. So that should speak to the ring seal of the engine, obviously. But it's pretty cool because if you let's say you tear something up and the pan vac goes positive, you shut the run down, like you're saving money on parts. It's going to cost you a round, but you may have gone through that round and had a fire if things got really ugly.
Yeah, that's the more and more I'm pushing on these stock bottom vents, and they're survivable. Well, I'll say my buddy Cameron that does transmission stuff, and he's in the chat. He has a Crown Vic that's 4,150 pounds, and we have put it into like the 880s at
Wow.
150 on it. It has a stock moving truck 6-liter in it. And and we've slowly worked up to that with that car and learned a lot about like converters and keeping stuff out. Like on an LS, I think getting it below 5,500 is a death sentence. Like hitting it with a lot of load at low RPM just folds the rods. And I used to think there was a horsepower limit, but not really. It's an RPM and piston speed and some other issues that force the rod to break. But the other thing that I've been learning is I started looking at coolant pressure, and then I talked to some guys that do high-end stuff, and I'm like, I'd like to do a cutoff. Since we're leaning on them so much, I'd like to do a cutoff for coolant pressure. But then I run into people that are like, the safety's no good because the time you get coolant pressure, the whole motor's done. And I would...
Well, it depends on how depends on the fastener system, and it depends on whether or not it's flexing or if it just lets go. So like in your condition with the stock stuff, it's going to let go. With my condition with, billet chunk of aluminum and 9/16 head gasket or head studs and a firing head gasket, it'll start to make some pressure. It'll show you the pressure, and you could make a whole run and just, hey man, we're up 8 pounds of coolant pressure. Do you want to run it again, or you want to go home?
Oh, it
Because if we
keeps
run it
going
again,
up.
it's gonna hurt. It's gonna be hurt.
Whereas ours
So
just would dunk it.
yeah, so you guys, like it depends on how the engine will fail, how if you're overusing the parts grossly, then yeah, coolant pressure is probably not going to help you. But if you like have a good balance between the power output of the part, the part's capacity and the power you're running at, you can watch the coolant pressure as a telltale.
Well, I would say we've been slowly working our way at it. We do have a lot of baselines, so deviating from that would be good. And then, like you mentioned, is what I was thinking, so you don't blow up a rad, like it'll shut ignition off or something,
Right.
because you have pressure and you did hurt the engine, but you didn't ice your tires at 150.
Yep, for sure.
So do you think it would save? You think it would rock it up fast enough to like knock a freeze out plug before it kills the engine?
I think when you blow a freeze plug out, it's likely to be a pretty uniform, simultaneous situation. So if you
Well, I'm saying if you lead up, if you say the thing never goes over 13 pounds of coolant pressure, so at 20 you just knock ignition. Do you think it would be
Yep.
fast enough to not push water out of everything and kill you? Or is it already
Well,
done and on that climb? I guess it depends on engine and
well,
fasteners, like you said.
here, what you can have in certainty is it's worth trying to save your butt,
Exactly. It's
right?
worth
So
trying.
if you have an engine that you have a tuning error and it blow torches, or you blow the head off of it, like a manual transmission car with a lot of boost, when you let the clutch out, you can watch the coolant pressure go up and then settle back down over the run
Oh,
because the engine
interesting.
kind of like comes back into shape. It just depends on the configuration. Like most of the time that I've seen situations where the coolant pressure would not help is when the system is shocked heavily quickly.
Oh, okay.
Like you're turning on a nitrous kit, you're letting the clutch out at a high level of boost, like areas that it's just a snap change in stress. I think the coolant pressure is less likely to help you, whereas if you're quarter mile racing, you have a handle on it but you've got some erosion of components, it's a good warning light.
Because what we do is it's a boost ramp, so we leave and then we escalate as we go. So that would have a really good chance of saving everything because it's
Yeah.
slowly working on cylinder pressure. And then I
Yep.
do the same thing. I learned I had like a thing where I thought that the Rife sensor that Motion Raceworks came out with, the combination thread-in coolant temperature and pressure sensor, was a cool
Yep.
idea. And then someone I know installed it, and we looked at the data, and it was like a really bad heart arrhythmia EKG.
Yeah, it's just got the shakes.
And then Motion did an entire video, not to put them on the spot, but to put them on the spot. They did a video showing how to install it and look at the data. And it was like, I'm like, how can you guys talk about that being used at all? You can't see at all what that is. It's so awful. It was like 060, 06. I'm like, what? That means nothing. So what I did is I put a sensor in my upper rad hose, and it is beautifully smooth, like you said,
Yep.
on a leash or whatever. And I was like, man, like they should somehow resolve that or do some sort of filtering or something. I don't know. It's pretty terrible.
Yeah, the filtering can sometimes help, depending on the sampling rate. But I think that coolant pressure, getting it out of the engine is a fruitless deal.
I figured like because of the water pump and everything in there, it's swinging in and out of the chamber and all sorts of crazy shit is happening.
Well,
So
it's map sensors do a really neat job of dampening. Like if you ever worked on an engine that you could see the valve float in the map trace,
huh.
like that's a real thing, right? So map sensors happen to dampen pretty well the noise in the plenum. But the coolant pressure thing, it just seems like those pressure sensors don't do a good job dealing with that. They're just dirty data.
Oh, Mark says he has his right on the thermostat housing in his water pump, and it is nice and smooth. So that's a good one for people wanting.
What kind of engine?
LS.
Okay.
I wouldn't think it would be smooth. I thought the water pump would have a lot to say about that, but I guess not.
Is it so it's on the outlet side of the water pump?
Yeah, so there's like the thermostat housing right on the.
Right.
That's where he says he has it.
Well, but he may be in a better spot than on the cylinder header in the block because at least he's near. Because like, when does the pump cavitate? You know, what's the pump speed for? How even is the water pressure throughout the block? You know, like his housing, his mounting position may be just fine because it may have constant action versus erratic action.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. So I think the water pump area will be bad, but you're saying it has constant pressure. At least that might be the best place for it in the housing.
Yeah, on the Bonneville car, we tried a few different spots for water pressure, and it just led us into how poorly the water pump was performing at speed. You know, so if he's got a good clean signal, he's got a good clean signal. I would say, if you have the channels of data and the sensors laying around, maybe you check in a few spots. But if you just want to know, like the quick and dirty way on it, the radiator tank is pretty surefire.
Other cars that I've messed with, they welded a 1/8" nipple to the core, the side of the radiator, in the face.
Yeah,
like you screw it in by the hoses, and that is also smooth. So
yeah.
Oh, this is good. What is your favorite car that you have built? I guess personal or customer or both.
I'd say the white Super that we have, just because of the amount of fun we've had with it and the amount of just overall memories, I guess.
What is your least favorite aspect of your job, and then what is your favorite aspect of your job?
The least favorite would be the physical pain that's starting to happen from the overuse of some components, you know? Like this hand is starting to act up. Like that sucks. You know, you get around a guy that's 65 or 70 years old, he's been wrenching, his hands are all balled up. Like that's probably the worst thing, or the chemicals. I would say those are the worst parts of the job. The best parts would be the cars and the people. You know, like getting to meet people that are really excited about their projects, and if their projects are cool, and they're having fun, to kind of remind me that that's what I'm doing. You know.
Yeah, I can identify with that for sure. Like the having fun. That's why I don't do a lot of serious stuff, because I'm like, you're taking this is a hobby of mine, and as soon as I take it too seriously, it's not fun, and I don't want to ruin it. So that's why I think it's cool when someone just shows up, like as part of the sloppy mechanics thing. It's kind of garbage and kind of good, and then it surprises everybody, and you're like, oh, look at that, and they're like, wow, you know. And then I see stuff that I have personally built. My one project I called a Fairmont 3 because I would just buy them in order and change the combination in a bunch. So I've actually done a lot of Fairmonts, but I've owned 6 physically. So the one car, as part of like a Don't BS Me thing, I bought the crappiest 4.8 I could buy, which is like $150 long block. And then I bought one of the crappiest turbos at the time that was smaller, and it was a 7665 Chinese turbo. And I built a hot side out of spare exhaust parts it's been circulated on the internet quite a bit, and I'm like, that's my hot side. And it's disgusting. It is disgusting. And the car with the stock cam and valve springs went like an 11.6. And then I showed the importance of like small cam and valve springs. It went a 10.6. So, and it was pump gas meth, and it would just destroy the tires and foot brake high 10s all day. What a beast. And then, I mean, I changed
Yeah.
the second combo revision of that was the car that footbrake 960s. So it was like the
That's
same
badass.
thing, but different turbo kit each time, just showing people, what do you want to do and how do you want to do it? Because the car with the ugliest hot side in the world never had a problem and would absolutely annihilate tires, making like 560 wheel. So yeah,
Well, it matters as you go up. Like if you look at how a Grand National was plumbed, you look at like take one of those there's some cast manifolds that the one bank feeds into the other bank, and then the turbo mounts on the end. Well, you start leaning on that thing and it wants to keep blowing that one side head gasket. It keeps tearing up that side of the engine. And then you put even a basic short log manifold where you can then have two tubes going up to the turbo and you don't tear up that side of the engine again. It depends on how much heat you're trapping in the engine. You could have things pretty wrong. That's the awesome thing about turbochargers.
Yep.
A lot can be wrong and it'll be okay. But when you start leaning on it, that's when the ugly stuff starts resurfacing and costing you money.
Well, that's what I tell people is for the 500 thing, you can ignore almost everything and it'll be fine. But then I obviously understand that like your Supra making retarded amount of horsepower per cylinder, it's the sum of all things to get there. Because there's some people that want 850 and they're building it like the 500 horsepower Fairmont. It's not going to happen. Like you're missing out on a lot of that. So
yeah, no, I will. The 500 with a V8, you could have so much not right and just have an incredible amount of fun.
yeah, that's what I mean. That's all I did is I did everything wrong that I could. The car that went tens, a first car that I built that went tens had 40% converter slip till I learned about how to make that better. 40.
Did it have oil in it?
It was like I bought the TH400 and converter from some boomer guy, and it was probably a good converter for a 180 horsepower small block. But smashing it with 460 turbo car, and then the other issue was it was a 3-speed, and I like to drive it. I put 273 gears in it.
Oh yeah, that'll make it super bad.
I lost all the mechanical advantage. It was fine.
Yeah.
It drove on the highway great, but as soon as you hit it with that 560, because I remember trapping like 130, but it was at like 6,800 through the traps, which should have been like 200 miles an hour.
Oh my god!
But I didn't know enough then, and I was just busy going tens for $4,000, laughing at everybody.
Yeah, that converter conversation with the gear ratio is pretty fun because, we went from a 3.7 to a 3.9 to a 4.11, and finish line RPM didn't change, just a slip.
That's something I've learned too. Yeah,
because the converter could just work better.
It could couple better. Yeah, you think you're out, but tightening it up. Because I've run into that a few times. One of my friends, he has like a 368 in the 8th door slammer radial car. He said the same thing. He said, go up. That was that Fairmont. He's like, go up in your ratio. You're hurting your converter. Go up. Go to like a 410.
Yeah. No, that's real.
Because a lot of times, I've just recently, like yesterday, someone was like, yeah, I'm building a turbo car. I'm going to put like 323s, 327s in it. And I'm like, no, don't do that. And because I had to explain to them, like Cameron's car, 4,100 pound Crown Vic, does 373s and a 28. I'm like, almost every 800 horsepower, 3,000 pound car, 800 to 1,000 horsepower is like a 28 and 373 car. And some of them benefit from the 410.
Yeah.
Your dream vacation spot that you've never been to. Making you think.
Man, I've been a lot of places.
Oh, well then you might have hit them all.
Yeah, I don't, maybe that, I guess Bora Bora is like all that's left.
Well, you can say I've been everywhere I want to go, and that's the answer.
Bonneville.
This is a good one. I have my own feelings about this. What would you do in a air-to-water intercooler to work for street use? I was going to say air-to-water or air-to-air, but it's a use case scenario, right?
I think that most of those systems have fairly inadequate water flow. So I would try to have as much water flow as possible and as proper as a heat exchanger. And I would be receptive to water pressure, because all the air to water stuff, the OEM stuff, it had a threshold, and it would work. So if you have like a 0304 Cobra or one of those factory supercharged Corvettes, they all kind of do the same thing. They behave the same. The systems that did better, like a Ford GT, the first thing they addressed was the water flow. They had a much higher volume pump. So I would say go into your air to water system knowing that you probably can't get enough water flow, and map it out with as much water flow and heat exchanger as possible, and that'll be your best case scenario. Because you can't add ice, and most of the time you can't add cooler core, because if you could, you wouldn't be in those restrictions, you know what I mean? So and if you had a bigger cooler core, once the water's hot, right? So just doing your best to exchange that water as many times as possible across the proper heat exchanger.
This is good too. How does an inexperienced kid go about getting a vehicle dyno tuned? What should I be discussing with the tuner, and what should I be telling the tuner aside from my combo? I get asked this every now and then. A checklist would be beneficial, but I would say each tuner should be asking you the questions that he needs answered. And if they're not asking you a bunch, it might be suspect, or I guess they'll just figure it out when you get there. I guess it all depends on workflow.
Yeah, it's the landscape with the tuning has changed so much. That everybody has a dyno, everybody's an expert, everybody's trying to make that whatever the rate is, tuning. That I would base it heavily off of the person's reputation and experience, and probably do more listening than talking, and if the guy really is making a living doing dyno tuning, he's going to hit you with a pretty serious checklist and help you understand that if you don't do that, if things go wrong in that checklist that end the dyno session, you're going to have to pay him for his time, because that's his time, but on Facebook, you see people quickly gain popularity, especially if they're in a community that doesn't have a lot of talent in it, and they just become these authority tuner guy. And I think those guys are probably the most difficult to deal with, because they never really cut their teeth. They just saw an opportunity and took it. And I would feel bad for a young person that didn't know the right questions to ask. So I would probably say, before you go to a tuner guy, you really do a lot of research, and it isn't in just some short-lived space on the internet.
My buddy Chris Ortiz says all the time, he goes, the latest tuner shop, the latest 6-month tuner, the latest and greatest, because they always, where he is, they are expensive because they're knowledgeable and good. So someone shows up and they're like $150 street tunes with HP tuners,
Right.
And they're like all over that guy, and then they're talking bad about my buddy Chris, but then they're gone in 4 months.
Yeah.
And then no one's going to show up and do it for less that's going to give you a good result.
No, you should be happy to I think that if you could buy an experienced guy's time for say $1,500 a day, like a real actual experienced guy's time, you should be pretty happy to pay that, because what if then the project's done? What if then it can be raced? What if then it can be enjoyed? What if you don't lose that engine? What if you win that race? Like all those compounding good events that can happen if you really find a talented person to do that part of the job, I mean, the money is cheap compared to that $400 tune-up guy that your stuff breaks and that event comes to town and you go to, you pay the entry fee and the thing's breaking up, and you just feel embarrassed in front of all your local friends, and you get razzed for a year because your shit doesn't run. Like, you could avoid all that just trying to find a really talented guy that can give you that last component of the project so you can start enjoying it. Plus, those guys that are doing the cheap tuning, the road tuning and stuff, like, man, the chances of them having an accident on the road with your car and you having to just have a total loss, that's be something you should consider, because when you deal with a real business that has insurance, if God forbid something happens with your car, they can at least make you whole on it, versus some guy that is doing road tunes for $100 or whatever. Like, that should be a consideration, big time.
I think that's something that people need to hear. So that's one of those, like, I want to do a series about expectation, like managing your expectations. So someone good is going to be worth a lot of money. So someone's like, man, more than $400, I'm out of here. But they don't understand what you bring. So people just need to hear that number, because same thing, like my buddy Cameron that has a transmission shop, he said, people will cry at $1,500 a day. But he says now that he runs a business, it's totally worth it. And something Cameron says a lot is, price yourself out of these problem cars, and then you won't have the clientele, or who, not to talk down on people, but someone expecting $100 for a tune is, you probably don't want to deal with them if you don't have to at some point.
No, but I will still, if someone lands in my inbox, I ask for pictures of the engine compartment. I point out things that are obviously wrong. I try to kind of walk them into a best case scenario, even if they're never gonna, if it's a computer that I don't want to work on, I still try to leave them better than I found them, because it's the right thing to do. And especially if they don't know enough to handle this stuff on their own, man, if they break their car, it's so much money to fix, like, that's not cool. That's not cool.
The way I do it, because it's just for fun, is they'll pay a flat rate I'll do a deposit, because I haven't had many people flake, but anymore it's been bad. So I have them do a deposit, and then we schedule a day, and then it's a flat amount of time for the money. And so if they show up and it doesn't run on the trailer, I'm like, well, we're kind of done, but I'm going to give you homework. I'm going to look over as much as I can. And so I'm going to give you the time you spent. I'm not going to be that. I have a bunch of other friends, and I've heard this, where the car's not ready. They're like, later.
Yeah, you can't do that, because it's not your fault, but you just got to be more friendly to people.
Well, like I always say to these guys, it's their first swing. They can't know it. They're always kind of upset, like, I wasted your time. I'm like, not really. I was going to be here anyway, if this was good or bad. So I always call it homework. I'm like, you shouldn't do this. They don't know. You can't come down on them really hard.
Right.
Especially if they're there and not a guy on a keyboard on the internet. He's trying. He might need a couple pushes. Or I'm like, you shouldn't do that. This is wrong, blah, blah, blah. Like, I can hear it misfire on the trailer. And I'm like, if you have up and forwards that are burning wires, we're not going to get far today, because it's going to continue to burn them.
Right.
Just stuff like that. And the other thing I think that bodes well with what I do is I make fun of all that stuff on the internet, or I make memes about it, or I say how stupid it is to do certain things. I think I come off in a bad way a lot of times. Sometimes I am, like I said, sometimes I am a jerk, and sometimes I say stuff before I think. But I'm trying to get to the root of it. And anymore, I used to be like a nice guy, like, oh, I think your plug wires are going to be a problem. But now I'm like, these are going to burn all day. Like, I just changed my... No, if you start dancing around it, people are like, oh, well, maybe it's misfiring because you... And I'm like, those are going to burn all day. They're touching... Then people are like, they argue, and they're like... what are those, the 5 signs of denial or something? But then they want to argue.
5 stages of denial.
Yeah, like bargaining or, acceptance, whatever. But they're like, it won't burn. It has high temp. It has the little finger sleeve. And I go, hey, bud, do me a favor and put a piece of chicken in tin foil and put it on your grill. Is that gonna cook?
Right.
And they're like, yeah. I'm
Right.
like, okay, the silicone wire is gonna cook, bud. There's
Right.
after maybe
Yeah, I
not.
normally just watch them. I in person it's easy because you can just watch them and see their threshold, and I just try to give them enough information that they don't shut down.
The
Because
glaze, the
well,
deer
yeah,
in
because
headlights
you're
happens.
not trying to hurt their feelings. You're trying to help them, but sometimes it's a lot of information. But on the internet, it's almost at this point pointless to try because people behave too poorly behind keyboards.
Very diplomatically said, but my wife says the same thing. Like I can ramble uh, about a subject quick enough where she calls it a knowledge bomb. I'll quickly like flatline someone's brain. I won't think about here, but I'll do like what you do. I'll go until they struggle, and I'll be like, "Do you know what I'm saying?" And they're like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "No, no, you don't. Just be true." I try to push people to be like, "Just be honest," because that's going to get you your best result. So when I'm tuning like a drift car, or I think it's a drift car, or if it's a car where I'm like, do you beat the shit out of this thing? Because there's two separate tune-ups. Like, is this going to get a 2 hour cooldown and you're going to inspect it, or are you just going to take this sideways out of your driveway every day? And
Right.
I'm not your mom or the cops. I want to know to make this extremely conservative or not. So, and I've done a bunch of. I'm pretty proud of it, not to be funny, but like I did a 700 horsepower drift car on a stock bottom end with a stock computer, and I haven't touched it in like 2 years. So I'm like, oh,
That's
that's
awesome.
at least because it always worries me when someone's going to be doing that because I know a drift car just sits and idles, and then they smash the shit out of it, and then it just sits and idles again. Like
Right.
that's all they do, and I'm like, man, it's easy to get into like a temperature situation and blah blah blah. But
Well, especially if they don't have the cooling system addressed, because the radiator doesn't see a lot of air when the car's sideways.
that's
If the
why a lot
radiator
of
is
those
still up
guys
front,
I saw like they make
yeah.
scoops in the rear doors and vents out the.
Well, put the radiators in the back. That makes them quite a bit better.
Uh, if a car is falling boost, if a car has a falling boost curve at high RPM, is this usually a sign of the compressor is out of flow or the EMAP is too high and forcing the gate open further, thus slowing the compressor down?
Well, it depends on how you're manipulating the wastegate. If you're not manipulating the wastegate with a four port or a piece of metal wire tying it shut,
Hard return spring, like we talked about.
yeah, that's a pretty organic way of knowing that the turbocharger cannot keep up with the demands of the engine. So if you force the gate shut, you just drive the exhaust back pressure up, and then um, you're not going to gain any power. You're going to lose it. Diminishing returns are upon you. Um, so yeah, you just need a bigger turbocharger
So
if you don't have any leaks.
if it's falling off, it's usually
Yeah,
running
the
out of.
leaks are a bigger a bigger problem than people think. Like boost leak checking your turbocharged car is just do it once a month. It's super easy, and you'll find little things that stack up against you.
Oh, this is have we covered the RPM Act, which that's like a giant subject. So I don't know if you even want to touch on that.
I don't know enough about it.
Neither do I.
I mean, there's so much fast moving media that you can get emotionally spooled up about nowadays that it's like,
Like we were talking about that. I'm like, I don't even watch it. I don't care to be.
yeah, what are you gonna do?
Last time
You
I
know,
saw actual news was I was in one of my data centers in the break room. They have CNN like blaring, and what the reporters were doing was reading things off the internet. They weren't even reporting news. They were like, someone tweeted what's going on here, and I'm like, cool.
right? Yeah,
Okay.
it's really
I'm like, is this the news now? I haven't seen it in a long time.
no, it's a quickly deteriorating situation. The news is a quickly deteriorating situation. But
A bunch of people are like, I'm moving to Florida, blah, blah, blah. Can I work for you? What's the next step? How much do you pay your guys? They're just asking like how to get in and work there.
yeah, it's $44,000 a year as a starting pay that you'll pay me for me to teach you. No, we're always looking to hire strong players. So, if there's someone that is thinking about relocating, we just took a couple guys on that relocated to come be a part of the company here, and you just send in a resume, and there's a process that they go through, and if you're a good fit here, you're a good fit here. But the pay is performance based, so most of the people that come here that have good drive, they make good money.
A guy he's truthful here. He says $44K for you to teach us. That's a deal better than a lot of trade schools.
Yeah, I just need about 100 kids, and I'll be all set. No, those trade schools are rough though. Maybe not all of them, but some of the really flashy ones, I think really take those kids for a ride. There's some local schools that I've talked to, and they really have a neat program, and the kids really want to learn. But the flashy ones, the ones that are appealing with good advertisements, man, you could really go for a ride and end up with a decent amount of debt. So careful who you pick as a mentor.
Oh, and one guy keeps asking, I think he's asked like 5 times. He says, what are the limits of a 4-port? Which he's not elaborating, but I think he means a 4-port boost controller, like a Mac valve. And that's an entire situation about the car, back pressure, like wastegate spring. Like, it's tough to answer that for people.
I mean, we have a 4-port on our white car, and I can make 80 pounds of manifold pressure with it. But
what's your base amount of boost though? What's your spring?
At 18 pound.
18, and then at 100%, you can get 80, or you didn't even.
Oh, I would never. I've never been to 100 because the IETs are bad enough that there's not any power to be had. But in decent air, it's 55-60%, and it'll make 80 pounds.
And is your back pressure?
You can see it chase. At that point, I'm about 10 over with a 94-103.
So you said 10 over boost pressure?
Yeah.
So like 80 pounds, 90 EMAP. Okay.
Yeah,
well, but
it's not happy there. Yeah, it's not happy there. That turbo and that engine seem to be best around 70, and I think it's just air density related because the intercooler just can't keep up. The outlet temperature really gets ugly when you get into those boost levels. You can't run from it anymore. You have to have a really good air to water, and then a certain level of acceptance for what's going to happen after that.
And then I would say to him, like, obviously a high efficient turbo kit, your swing is huge, and a bunch of cars, like especially with like not a lot of back pressure, well designed. I've done like, mostly I tell people that have certain combos, I'm like, spring for like 4 pounds. Like, get whatever spring you have that you can do this. Because when I'm tuning it, I want to see the lowest and work my way up. And then what I have is shop air for the dyno brake. I tee off of that, and I have one of those high resolution, low pressure regulators. Okay. So I'm like, no matter what happens, I can put 50 pounds on top, and by then we're gonna know if something's awful or not. Most of the time I don't need to go over 20, but we can get there.
No, that's a good way to do it. But the 4-port, I think the answer would be the 4-port will cover up back pressure pretty easily, and that doesn't mean you're getting a good quality air. So if you have a 15-pound spring and a turbo that makes 42 with the gate plugged, I mean, a 4-port will get you there, but you'd be better off lowering the duty until the back pressure starts to come back down and the manifold pressure doesn't change, because just stuffing the gate shut isn't good for anybody.
But yeah, like I wanted to mention for him, I've had some setups that are awful and they have a 4-port, so you would think they'd have a wide dynamic range. And like they make 8 pounds on a base spring and they make 24 with the 4-port pinned. I'm like, okay, there's a problem with this car because it should be. Most recently, I did a 2500 turbo truck and it would make 3.7 pounds on gate, and around 42, it was already making 26. So it was huge as far as range. And right around then, it was 1-to-1 and not making power over like 18. So I never went much over 18. It made, on 13 pounds of boost, it made 721. And then after that, it was kind of downhill. And that's actually the new owner is asking in here. He has that truck had a Duramax intercooler setup. So it was super clean. 2500 with a Duramax front end. And then he says, so about intercooler pressure drop, how bad is 5 to 6 pounds at 850 wheel?
I think that you have to have
more information,
a fast IAT, and just be more concerned of the air that's entering the engine. Because if the exhaust, as the drive pressure goes up, the exhaust pressure goes up, right? So if you're 5 or 6 pounds of pressure drop across the intercooler results in a desirable air inlet temp, then I'll take that as long as it's not creating a bunch of drive pressure. So if your turbo system is laid out to where the respective banks feed the turbocharger pretty evenly, there's not any gross bends where one bank is trapping heat, like I would just deal with it. Although 5 to 6 sounds pretty excessive. But what's the inlet? What's the air in? What's the air out? I'd be more concerned with the temperature than that. Yeah.
Okay.
But you have to look at the temperature on both sides of the engine, because the more back pressure you have, the more heat is trapped in the engine. So if you look at back pressure as a function of heat trapped in the engine, it's a bit more concerning, right?
Oh, okay.
Because that air that's trying to leave the engine can't leave.
It's latent. It's just hanging out.
Well, and that has a certain effect on the next cycle, because the quality of the intake of air into your lungs and the size of the intake into your lungs has a lot to do with the last exhale. So if the engine can't exhale that heat, if you can't get that heat out of the cylinder, it's going to be more likely to get tripped up and start eating itself. So you have to look at the drive pressure and the inlet temperature. Like I would look at those as a relationship and make a decision based off of that, and not fix it on pressure drop across the intercooler.
Someone's saying, I don't agree with this. Someone's giving this guy clues and saying a 4-port, will you lose low end or will you gain low end? And he says it'll help a lot because it keeps the gate closed. I don't agree. It's a catalyst. At some point it has to take it to make it. So it's not like CO2. At some point it's shutting off the lower reference and stopping the gate from opening early, but it's not
Right.
It's not doing like what CO2 does. It's not going to be significant, I think, in most people's eyes. It's not. I've never noticed it with leaving it on closed loop and having it try to stuff it until it gets close to target. It's a little bit better, but not,
Now that run the system 2 or 3 times back to back to back and see how the response changes with heat. The 4-port, in my opinion, is for cars with bigger turbo, like a front-wheel drive Honda, and a 4-port is a pretty good match, right? Because in high gear, you're going to be able to really give it a lot of power, and in low gear, you can't, because you don't have the traction. So that's a good 4-port candidate. Like for me, on my car, I have 2 3-ports, and I'll have a low enough boost level in first gear that I don't have to ride a lot of TC, and then I can have all the power the turbocharger can make if I start cracking that other gate open, or that other solenoid open, and it makes for a pretty linear control. Because unfortunately for the 4-port, because it is adding air to the top of the gate and deducting air from the bottom of the gate, the control is fairly coarse, to where you'll get like 1% duty equals a larger manifold pressure change than you'd like. Right. And that's going to be dependent on systems, per system and how the systems are set up. Sometimes it's kind of a butt head of a problem, and other times it's just fine. It depends on the car.
That's why I'm speaking relatively like a turbo V8 LS with a decent sized turbo. In my opinion, the 4-port is better. You spring it really low, so you can have, obviously if it's not a race car, you can have a wide dynamic range. That's what's nice. Also, I've seen where the turbo is big, like that 40% on a 4-port. A 3-port adding to the top could probably get the same effect. But I just like having more than I need, because if you run out of a 3-port, you got to respring or do whatever. But then I think a lot of people are underestimating the power that one of these good setups is making, and you lose drivability if you're sprung for like 10 pounds and it makes 600 and it's a Fox. Like, it's almost never going to be usable. And one of my favorite things is I call it dial-a-boost, and I use an AEM 12-position switch. And I can plot that over. I recently did one for my friend. It generated a lot of interest again, where I plotted the percentage to a 3-port, and then I did an ethanol offset on a 3D table. So if ethanol goes down, it lowers the max boost. And if ethanol is in, so people were like, what? And I'm like, well, that's the thing. A lot of people have never experienced the standalone where you can do whatever you want to do. Whatever you can think about, you can plot 2D, 4D, 3D tables. And because they were like, man, if you can make 26 pounds on the end of this dial and you forget it's cranked and you have like 10% ethanol now, I'm like, well, you lower it with the, you change the target because of content. And then you can leave it turned all the way up all the time. But then what's nice is you can turn that down to super low, and then anybody can relatively drive it because it's down to 400 wheel. But yeah, those are all, if people aren't, I like to go on a tangent because people, unbeknownst to me, I used to think I talk too much, but then I think a lot of people learn when I rifle.
No, that sounds like you're talking about like the newer Holly software where it'll allow you to create your own axes and stuff. Yeah, where you can do that max boost versus ethanol content.
And I do like mile per hour, and someone made there is a difference, and that's why I said it to you guys. He says, Matt, there's a big difference between a 6.0 and a 3.0, but that's why I said, in my experience, in turbo V8s at LS sizes with a decent turbo, because a front wheel drive turbo Honda, like we talked about, you can't use nearly any of it on the line, and you almost need that mechanical, what I call mechanical boost control, is like the lag and the later power because it needs to be put in so late. Meanwhile, like a drag radial versus world car is going to leave and they want 40 pounds in a half a second, and then they want 60 pounds in 1.1 seconds.
Yeah,
that's different. So CO2 is incredible, and then like my buddy Frank runs like a 1 pound spring because he wants to be able to. There's no point in having a spring when you have 75 pounds on top of the thing.
No, CO2 is definitely it definitely has its place in drag race. Well, I think whether you have a single 3-port, a 4-port, 2 3-ports, or CO2, they all have their place. And it's kind of application specific because not everyone wants CO2 obviously is the most versatile. And if you're going to put that CO2 system on your street car and just deal with the bottle and deal with the opening the bottle and all that stuff, I'd say that's pretty hard to beat. But
I'd say for most people's brains, it's out of, and then adjusting it isn't always the easiest unless you do, like I said, a trim pot and everything. But I think now at this point where I set stuff up, a 4-port and a low gate spring is the way to go.
Yeah, I could get down with that, especially if you can not have every percent of duty equal more than a pound of manifold pressure, because then the boost controller will get really touchy. You want to have some the control loop in the boost controller needs to be active enough to do its job. That you can have targets in different gears and have it meet those targets regardless of engine speed. And if you have a 4-port that's very touchy, the boost controller becomes overactive pretty quick, and it's just it's not ideal to tune that way.
Well, most of what I'm talking about is the Terminator system, and what kind of sucks is they only implemented CO2, which makes no sense, and I've brought this up, and so have pretty much everybody I know. So they took their cheapest budget ECU and put only CO2 on it for boost control. So most of the stuff
Yeah.
I set up is completely open loop, so if the car maxes out on 42, and it doesn't make anything until like 15% and 42 is max boost, I changed the scale of the 2D table, obviously, to be the minimum and maximum, so there is better resolution. Or what I can do is if it starts to get really touchy, I change the scale to use most of the table between the touchy part, and the low end is usually, it doesn't matter, like 20 to 30, nothing, closing in on 40, and then 41, 42, 43 is just, like you said, 5 pounds per percent, and it starts to get very touchy. But
Yeah.
I try to blend that as much as possible. And there's some tricks I'm trying, and for some people they work, but I know it's not going to work with everybody. But building a table in the Holly, that, because everything runs off target boost, which is awesome, but if you're not running CO2, it sucks. So what the Dominator and the HP have is a base duty cycle table and then a requested boost amount. So it'll do boost by map. It'll do map target. You can just choose manifold target, and then you can build out a table with a base duty, and then it chases it with a PID. So they don't have any of that on the Terminator, which to me makes no sense, again, because it's a budget ECU for people just starting. But what I've started to do is build a 3D table, so if you know 30% makes 18. So you can make a table that traces itself on 18 target, this way and this way, and you can put the number there, and then you can lower or raise it. And some people have said they've had success, but like you and I know, there's if the turbo is really fast on transient and it starts to go nuts, it's easy to overshoot and undershoot or get the
Yeah, that that's when a boost controller that has a lot of if and ands becomes your friend. Like if I just took a screenshot of the Motec boost controller and sent it to you, you'd be like, oh, okay, because you can do IAT, ECT, vehicle speed, gear, ethanol content versus max manifold pressure, race time, uh, tire slip,
it's like a
all these
32
things.
dimension table instead of a
Well,
3D
no,
or a 40.
they're mostly 1Ds, but they all stack on each other.
Oh,
Then you can get into driver switches, rotary dials, all that stuff. But it makes for a pretty neat end result. You know, but I guess it's easy to get tripped up in it if you.
yeah, it's too much for most people, I think. Like, that's awesome for something, but, I think just trying to explain to people how to set it up or change it is, I wouldn't even want to do that for a ice cream and burnouts car. But having a
Yeah.
dial that just makes it go 400, 800, I mean, that's...
Yeah, no. Yeah, I agree on the dial. But then the 400 800, what does it do in second gear? Like, is it killing the tires in second? Because all that stuff kind of has to work together in order for that 800 to be effective. I mean,
Yeah.
800 in a Fox body in third gear is probably pretty hairy with a manual trans, But if you
Yeah.
can blend it in over vehicle speed and stuff, it gets a lot more
A lot of time,
manageable.
the 4L80E cars I set up with a boost by mile an hour, and I show the people how to use it so they can dial it in. And I would say initially I make it very trackable, and then I say keep turning this
Yeah.
up.
And you're doing it off of a non-driven wheel?
Nah, for those it's easiest. I mean, I explain that that's the best way to do it is under, non-driven versus driven. But they have an 80E, and they want something that has full power and low power. So that's like the best. And I explain if it spins, it's going to max power. But
Yeah.
then
It starts to stack up.
it would be nice to do undriven and then do a slip table that pulls like electronic throttle or timing or whatever. But it's the strategies for that are awesome, and but most people aren't going to really.
Well, it's stuff that you develop on your own, and then you can share it with choice customers, that could benefit from it.
Well, I
But
show, I
yeah,
do videos where I show all of it because I think that's, again, like you know that there's 50 ways you could map it, but other people don't. They don't know the software can. So I always try to give like that use case where I'm like, hey, if you want it over a mile an hour, it's really useful if you set it up correctly. Or I've done a bunch where it's because people might not know, or they might know, once you get a turbo car lit and it's spinning the tires, to pedal it, you need to almost shut it.
Right.
So what I do is on the boost by mile an hour, and I do TPS. So I change the boost control, so if it starts to spin and you back out, it's electronically lowering the boost.
Yeah. Yep.
So that gives you a better pedal feel for a turbo car that's normally a runaway event.
Yeah, especially if you have a big enough engine to start to tie the turbo to the engine a little bit. You know, a small engine stuff, it's hard because when it comes out of boost, it just comes out of boost.
Yeah.
The party's over.
Like I say, it's like a street car V8, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
And people that understand what's going on with that can better modulate. So what you do, what I would do for a lot of those people that want this set up, they're most comfortable with, I set up wide open to be like 15% more than they can use most of the time, or 50% more. So what they'll do is they'll go half throttle, and then if it's sticking, they'll keep going. It all depends on driving style.
Yeah, yeah.
So I set it up for a bunch of people where they want to be able to smash it, and if it spins, they'll go back like a little and then get the boost. And obviously it's vehicle, traction, turbo, all of that. But what I'm trying to explain to people is you can easily map those, and that's what we ran into, is boost by speed was still igniting the tires, but by doing TPS cross-axis too. And then some of those cars, my Colorado, surprisingly, I could make I put a Radial Pro on it, and about 80 miles an hour I could put down 850, surprisingly. But if I brought it in nicely and it wasn't smacking it, so my mile an hour table was only between, like, I could not use much boost at all down low, but about 20 to 80 it was ramping in. So you can scale that whole table too. But
yeah, the V5 Holly, they added a lot of the functionality that the Motec 100 series had, and that was based off of a conversation that probably took place in 2012. You know, because they're like, well, what would you change? And to be able to define those axes and those tables is really a neat tool to have at your fingertips.
But then most people that listen to this, I would say, that's the Dominator and the HP version 5. The Terminator has different firmware and everything. So they don't even have, like, the version 5 has traction control specific tables. And actually you have to pay extra for it, a license, to unlock all of the advanced tables, I think, as incentive for them to create the whole thing. But that's what I mean. The Terminator is budget, so it doesn't have that stuff.
What is it, $800 between the Terminator and the Dominator?
Oh, it's huge difference. The Dominator by itself is $2,000, and then you need a harness and everything. And Terminator X that just does engine is $999, and that's wideband, engine harness, 3.5-inch touchscreen, ECU.
Oh my God, that's
under $1,000.
Yeah,
so that's why, and then people are just buying it because they led me on, or they joined me in like 6 months before they were releasing it, and I was very skeptical. I'm like, so what's it gonna cost? Like, laughing at them, and then he told me, and I'm like, well, he's like under $1,000. And I'm like, what does that come with? Nothing? Is the ECU under $1,000? Or like what, you know? And then he's like, wideband, and it's built-in wideband, so there's no configuration. And the Holley closed-loop fuel is incredible, which I would say most people blow their stuff up by improper fueling immediately.
Yeah.
So it's got all of that stuff for someone, you know, you don't have to be an expert to have fun, and that's what the whole "Don't BS Me" thing is supposed to be. So
yeah, no, the value in that product is stellar. You know, it really is stellar because you don't have to spend a lot or know a lot to have a good amount of fun.
And then, like I was saying, I put up all my build info, and then I put up the tune from it. So if someone wants similar to that functionality, drivability, horsepower, they can get the tune, and you can put it on the SD card in the dash, hit load tune, and like a lot of those, I've had guys that load This is hilarious because it has an onboard map you can choose, or you can choose an external. I had a guy do the Game Boy tune and start it and drive it to the dyno, and he's like, it's never driven so good, so I drove it here. Well, he had an ethanol content sensor that the handheld doesn't set up, and then he had internal map selected when he had an external. So it was driving around at like 100 kPa, it couldn't see boost, it had no good air fuel targets, and it had no ethanol fuel multiplier. It was running on strictly closed loop and learn table, and he's like, "Oh, it's never run so good."
Man, that the closed loop and the learn table, it's impressive. The first time I ever used one of those boxes, um, it was I was off. It was in pounds per hour. I was off by I had to be off by 25%, and it was a Liberty supercharged mod Ford. The guy let the clutch out, and it had caught the target, you know, almost immediately. And then you just lob the learn table into the main table. Like, it's super easy to use. I mean, I can't take anything away from those guys as far as like the how affordable it is and how easy it is to use.
And
You
I
know,
think their software guys, like you said, the software is always the first indicator. And when I see that software, it makes sense, especially for people that don't have like prior, because I came from doing Megasquirt stuff because of the budget that I started in, but then I realized the value of this, especially with the cheaper system. It's hard to tell somebody that has a $1,200 car that a $2,700 Dominator is what they need to use. But
yeah,
I also didn't understand the value behind that, and until I bought one on my own for the Colorado, and I'm like, this is incredible. I understand the value now. Like you said, company and people that take care of you are a good business practice and stuff like, or your time, like the time you spend trying to get it running and trying to screw
right.
around with it, and but yeah, so that I can't. And then the X Max will do drive by wire and for like 4 speed, like 4R70W, 4L60, 4L80E, and that's like it's like another $200 for the drive by wire stuff and another 200 for the harness for the trans. So it's like 1450 all in, and
Right.
and you can literally have what people see as it is complex drive by wire 4L80E overdrive and an engine, and you can literally I did videos of it where I integrated my 2500, but I'm like, if you have a 6 liter and a 4L80E and a turbo, you're like injectors, cam, 4L80 size drive by wire, and you can start it and drive.
Yeah.
It's
No, I
disgusting.
would argue that that's the it's the best entry level system option, and they have enough horsepower in that brand to really forge ahead.
Hmm.
And the other brands in that price point are giving away product and really trying to work hard for endorsements.
Hmm.
So I mean, it's a neat product. You know, I guess I've just become kind of a snob. You know, like there's a local guy that I'm helping, like, but this guy, I've known him for 30 years. So it's like, I'll just pay the difference between the Holly and the Motec and buy the Motec because I have to tune it and I'll just have a
Of
better
course.
time.
Yeah.
Like for me, it's more about enjoying the time, like
Or you know it and you can deliver a complex scheme and result way faster.
well, yeah, because when you get into like this particular project is it's a 32 Ford with a 550 horsepower small block Chevy with stacked injection. It's going to need really good traction control so somebody doesn't crash it. Well, if you say, well, the Motec is, say it's $2,500 more or $3,000 more, what's that accident going to cost to wreck a car like that? You probably get killed in the damn thing.
Oh, that's true.
And so to me, I stack in a lot of scenarios all at once, more so than an ET or a power number on the dyno. Like I, I st- in these in these more powerful cars, or cars that are more powerful than the chassis really needed to be, with drivers that may or may not be ready to handle it, the safety aspect of having that is too big for me.
And that's something that's good insight because I don't really have to deal with that. So
Right.
you have
Yeah, if you
expensive
could put
cars.
a 275 on a car and it makes 700 or 800 horsepower, like you're pretty much if the road's dry, you've got it under control, especially if you're doing boost versus speed. You can really have a tractable setup. But if you have a manual transmission car with a cable throttle and more power than the tires can deal with, and you're simply relying on quickly retarding the ignition timing. And if that doesn't work, you pile some cuts in, but you don't want the cuts to be so hard that they're tearing up valve train parts. Like, all that stuff starts to really come and play quickly.
Of course, that's one of the newer, a couple versions ago of the Terminator software, they enabled the soft soft RPM limiters, where you turn in, it drops cylinders until it gets to the high cut, and then it shuts it off
Yep.
completely. And that is awesome to because I've seen cars where they smack boost cut and nick a head gasket or break a timing chain.
Yeah, boost cut is not your friend.
So it's nice to have that soft fall over, obviously, instead of really wrapping stuff. So
Yeah, the way the Motec's always done it is it's basically a control range. So say you have an 8,000 RPM rev limiter with a 400 RPM control range. At 8,400, it's 100% cut.
that's
At
how the Holly
8,200,
is.
it's 50% cut. Like, having that control range is a big deal.
That's what I noticed too. It's
Yeah.
way easier. So theirs is a high and a low. Same thing. It's a window. So you can write 6,507. So it's dropping cylinders and everything, trying to stop the motor up to the hard cut, and then the hard cut's just the end of the show. But
yeah, but you'll never get there because it'll manage it beforehand.
yeah, it does.
Unless you break a drive shaft or something. Like the way the Motec stuff was done was personal watercraft, because the skis coming out of the water is cavitating.
Oh.
So the limiters were written on a jet ski, so they really are just really smooth. It's a neat deal in that aspect, because like we had a customer 2 years ago that he broke the camshaft up out of the cylinder head on an Evo, and it was very poorly done anti-lag.
Oh.
I mean, it shoved the cam out of the head with anti-lag. It's like that stuff happens, man. Like rev limiters are,
dude. Pops
yeah,
and the bangs.
Yeah. I was when I was with the Mike Finnegan the other day, he said Warren Johnson said that if you were a driver that you touched the rev limiter in one of his pro stock engines, you lost your seat, because he knew how abusive the rev limiters were to the valve train. Like for us, two steps are something that sound cool, and people just rattle the two step and shoot flames and stuff. Like if you have a coarse two-step algorithm, like you can really tear some stuff up.
Mm-hmm. People don't get that. What's cool is I saw a lot of the Honda guys, a lot of people in period are doing it, and a lot of the stuff I would set up does that very load. It's just you hear load come up. That's the way I like to do it. I don't like the pops and bangs and stupid things. But it was funny to see Boosted Boys did a video recently where they go to Fuel Tech, and he showed them, he's like, you hear the popping, it's lean, so he changes the whole tune-up, and it does what you'd expect to hear a GTR or an R8 do. It comes up and goes, and you can hear it changes tone because it starts loading the turbos, but it never does stupid fireballs and stuff that people love.
Yeah, if you can get it's the M-Tron does two-step stuff without a limiter if you want it, and it sounds really funny. It just parks it at a timing number that holds the engine speed stable. Yeah. And it's really a rabbit hole. You can close the throttle as you approach the limiter, like a lot of OEM stuff to just kind of calm things down.
Yeah, and then obviously more than one way to skin a cat. Like you said, if you're not blowing it up and you're going fast, hitting your goals, Well, anyway, we'll get a. Figure we'll get another one. What's your bedtime over there?
It's now. I got about a 45-minute cruise home, and I'm gonna come here tomorrow and
I figured I keep
work
seeing
on my car.
I keep seeing you yawn, so I'm like, well, I always tell people they can jump off whenever they want, but I think they lose sight of that. It's already been wow. I looked at my live timer and it says 4 hours and 15 minutes, so that's plenty. I think people are
all right.
I think people are plenty inundated with info from today, and we could always do it again.
Yeah, no problem.
All right.
I again appreciate the 8s for 8. That was fun. That's a fun deal, it's good that you're helping grow the community. That's important.
In a way, right? In a way.
Well, I mean, there's only a small number of us total, so
True.
We have to behave pretty well together and try to bring people into the hobby, because a lot of people don't understand what we're into.
Everyone's saying thanks in the chat. So yeah, guys, Jay's got to go to bed. I should go to bed, so it's not your fault. But yeah, I didn't realize it was that long, but that's what happens when you talk car things.
Yeah, it happens. All right, well, take it easy. I'll talk to you soon.
Yep. Thanks. Bye.
All right. Bye. Thanks.
Well, guys, that was it for Mr. J, and we'll see you guys again. I hope you enjoyed it. I know he had to run, but I'm going to send him a message. It's very thankful. So I forgot to do that. I'm not great with the formalities, but yeah.